minute. There we go. Good morning. All right, June, would you please page down one slide? Or just page down just once?
Not advancing.
Okay, just click on your screen that has the PowerPoint, and then you should be able to click, and that little webinar will begin at 9 a.m. There we go. Perfect. All right, so thank you for joining us for our 2021 recap training series. Hopefully this training is going to help you take your recap skills to the next level. I'm Rebecca Oddie. I'm the Brownfield Coordinator at LDEQ. We also have Jennifer Schatzel. She's our Brownfield and VRP Technical Liaison. And Dwayne Wilson, you'll hear in the background, he's our Brownfields Advisor. We're the Brownfield team at LDEQ, and our goal is to help facilitate the redevelopment of vacant and abandoned properties to get them back into reuse. And one of the ways that we're trying to do that is help facilitate the regulatory review of the reports that come in underneath our recap program. So we wanted to hold these series to help team leaders and environmental consultants and those other folks in the Brownfield community understand the recap process better, understand what's required to help get those sites through that review process quicker. All right, next slide. So these are this is the whole series. So the one with Keith Horn that we held on June 8th is already completed, and we posted it on the YouTube channel. Today, if you page down, June, is the Recap 101 Back to Basics with June. And then you could see the 3 more that we have coming up, developing an effective sampling plan and the ins and outs of the VRP. And then finally, June's going to come back in October to do common mistakes, misconceptions, and compliance issues with recap. And so on LDEQ's YouTube page, there's actually a playlist for this webinar series. So that's the link to the playlist. I got to be honest, I never click the link. I always just Google LDEQ YouTube and they all come up. Really great database of videos on a lot of different topics there if you haven't checked that out. All right, next slide. Okay, so we will be offering course credit and certificates of attendance. You do need to attend the majority of the webinar, which means you need to be logged into your account on Zoom, and then Zoom records how long you're on when you get on and off. And so we look at that to make sure you are on the majority of the time. You do need to answer the poll questions. You don't necessarily need, we understand people got to go to the bathroom, they might miss 1 or 2. But you just need to answer the majority of the poll questions. You do not have to answer them correctly though. So just if I'm saying you got 10 seconds left, pick an option and make sure that it just gets recorded so we know you were there. If you are here and you are an LDEQ employee, what we'll do is we're going to automatically send that information to Jared to add to your course transcript. So that's all good to go. If you are a non-LDEQ folks, what will happen is I'm going to send an email out once the webinar is posted on YouTube, and then it'll say in there, if you want a certificate, reply to this email. So you just need to reply to that email, say, hey, send me a certificate, and then I'll send it over to you. All right, next slide. Okay, we're gonna have to page down a lot for this one, June. All right, so we do want to make sure that this one is very interactive. So let's see, advance the next one, and it should highlight. So you can put in your questions in the Q&A section, and that's the best place to put in your questions. That way we make sure we get to them all. All right, page down again, next. You can also raise your hand, and we'll stop at various places in order to, I can unmute you and then you can ask your question verbally, or page down again. You can also put them in chat. While we do want this to be very interactive, we did change the chat so that you can only post questions to the panelists We did that because we want to make sure that if somebody is answering your question, it's someone from LDEQ and you're getting an official answer. What I found in other webinars is if people put stuff in the chat and it's open to everybody, other people start chiming in and you don't necessarily know who they are, so you don't know what the official answer is. So the chat is limited, so you can just contact the panelists. All right, next slide. All right, so we have that. We have our first poll question. Go ahead and launch that polling. All right, so just so we have a better idea of who's in the audience and what how comfortable you are with RECAP already. And RECAP, I should have said this from the beginning, is LDEQ's Risk Evaluation Corrective Action Program. So we're asking you, what's your experience with RECAP? You know, are you brand new? You have some limited knowledge of it. You have a good amount of knowledge with it, or you really feel comfortable with it. So we're just going to give everybody a chance to reply to this. Great, we got 94% voted. Oh, all right, 2 more left. We're just going to give you about 10 more seconds to reply. All right. All right, we're going to end the polling. All right, so it looks like, you know, a good mix. Quite a few people have some experience and knowledge with it. There's some that have a good amount and then some who are just starting. So I think this training has something for everybody. And I think everybody's going to find another nugget of information from this training. June's done a really great job with this. Okay. All right, June, next slide. Okay, so today's speaker is June Sutherland, or Dr. June Sutherland, I should say. She is a toxicologist who has worked for LDEQ for quite some time. And she also teaches at LSU. And interestingly enough, if I'm correct, she's also has her degree in veterinary medicine, correct, June?
Correct.
Yeah, which I just think is fascinating. She also has a really extensive background in RECAP. When I first started in the brownfield world, one of my first workshops was a RECAP workshop back in 2004, I want to say, and June presented it back then. So a lot of history with the program, a lot of work in updating the regulations, which will hopefully come out in the future. And she's put together a really great overview of RECAP today. That's a great primer going into some of the details of the program, as well as some of the things that we've seen that have been kind of continual issues that we need to kind of iron out those wrinkles to help facilitate the review and approval of RECAP investigations and cleanups. All right, so June, with that, I'm going to pass it over to you.
Thank you, Rebecca. Good morning, everybody. Kind of what I've planned for today is to start with talking about the components of RECAP and kind of going through some of the details of how we address various things under RECAP. Then we'll go into conducting RECAP assessments, and then we'll finish up talking about miscellaneous topics, some of those areas that require just a little bit more discussion. I think that some people have a little bit more difficulty with, so I thought we would kind of go through some of those. So what is RECAP? RECAP is a consistent decision-making process for the assessment and response to environmental contamination that is based on the protection of human health and the environment. Once upon a time, when there wasn't a risk-based approach to environmental contamination and cleanup, there was always a lot of arbitrary decisions made with regard to how clean is clean and when is action required and what action constitutes enough to be protective of human health and the environment. And from that rose the risk assessment process through EPA, and it's been adopted by the states and incorporated into their programs. And what it does is just give us a consistent, defensible approach for making sure that we look at making sure we're protecting human health and the environment when we make our environmental decisions. So how is recap used? Of course, one of the primary things is when there has been a release to the environment, the goal is to have a response that is adequate to show that everything that should be done has been done. And when you reach that point where you comply with the regulation, you receive a no further action at this time determination. And that's what recap is most frequently used for. And basically, we just want to make sure that the source has been removed and mitigated, that the site does not pose a risk, which means that remaining constituents are less than or equal to recap standards. We want the property to remain suitable for commerce and future use. And when necessary, financial assurance is provided just to make sure that there will be continued care for that property if that is required based on what the final decision was. Also, recap can be used for certificate of completion under the voluntary remedial program. You can use recap in the development of a corrective action plan to demonstrate that the measures you're going to be using will be protective of human health and the environment during the implementation of those measures. And also you can show that it will be effective in reaching the final goals, and also that the recap standards will be achieved within an acceptable time frame. You can use recap for the approval of a closure plan for waste management unit. So you can show that the corrective measures that you are proposing will indeed be protective, that all waste residues and containment systems and components are removed, and that we're only evaluating residuals that may be remaining in soil and groundwater after those activities are conducted, and that those residual concentrations meet the applicable recap standard. And I'd like to emphasize recap is not applicable to waste materials such as sludges in a pond or other materials that are not naturally occurring environmental media. So let's just kind of talk about an overview of the recap program. It is based on EPA's National Health Risk Assessment Principles and Methods. Risk assessment kind of evolved from the Superfund program. So all the risk assessment guidance that was developed was based for the Superfund program. Quickly though, because of the consistency and the documentation of all those principles and methods, and these guidance documents produced by EPA were so thorough and readily available, they were picked up and used for states for looking at all types of sites, not just Superfund sites. And from that, risk-based corrective action was born, which is kind of a tiered framework for looking at risk to human health and the environment. And recap is also based on that particular framework. We have 4 different steps that we can go through, or options. We have tier 1, which is the screening option, which requires minimal amount of information. Then we have management options 1, 2, and 3. And as you move through those options, you become a more site-specific investigation, and you incorporate more information into those various tiers. And we're going to talk about that in detail today. The screening option, quick overview, basically only covers soil and groundwater, which are the 2 media that are most frequently impacted by releases to the environment and require action. We only look at non-industrial and industrial/commercial land use, which basically means we look at residential settings, and we also look at industrial commercial land use. This approach is very generic. It is based on conservative default assumptions, and we do have screening standards, which are generic lookup risk-based standards and environmental fate and transport standards in Table 1 of recap. So it basically serves as a very conservative screening step to identify chemicals and media that require further assessment or further evaluation. Doesn't necessarily mean that you have a problem. Management option 1 also just addresses soil and groundwater. Again, we're looking at only residential or industrial commercial land use scenarios. It will allow for the incorporation of certain site-specific information, which we'll talk about. And there are lookup numbers for management option 1 assessments. And those are present in tables 2 and 3 of recap. Management option 2, again, just looks at soil and groundwater, non-industrial and industrial commercial land use scenarios, but it allows for the incorporation of site-specific fate and transport data, such as site-specific soil properties. So you're able to tune the assessment in a little bit more to be geared for what's actually going on under a site-specific basis. It allows for the use of the most current toxicity values, And MO2 recap standards are calculated by the submitter, the person submitting the recap assessment, and they are done in accordance with Appendix H and the spreadsheet that goes along with Appendix H. And I've given you the URL to that. So there are no lookup tables for management option 2. You create site-specific tables of recap standards. Under management option 3, which is the more complex of the options available, you can look at pretty much any media, not only soil and groundwater, but if you've had to release the surface water, you may have impacts to sediment, biota, etc. You can also have situations where you may have agricultural plants or other types of media that need investigation. You can look at any type of land use, not just residential and commercial. So you could have a trespasser scenario or recreational type of exposure that you could look at as well, depending on land use. It allows for the assessment of complex fate and transport and exposure pathways. It allows the incorporation of not only site-specific environmental fate and transport data, but also exposure data as well. And it allows for the use not only for the most current toxicity values, but default exposure parameters. So if new information has come out from EPA and methods have been updated over time, equations, default exposure assumptions, that sort of thing, the protocols, methods, these can be incorporated under management option 3. So it allows for a lot more flexibility. It does require a work plan because it does have a lot more in-depth analysis occurring, and there are guidelines in Appendix H, but because we may sometimes be evaluating unique situations under management option 3, there may not be a specific protocol for what needs to be looked at under Appendix H, and we will be relying upon maybe something in the scientific literature. So it's kind of a more complex project that requires a lot more coordination between the consultant and the department in conducting these types of assessments. So let's talk about soil first. How do we evaluate soil under recap? Well, soil is divided into surface soil and subsurface soil. And surface soil is from 0 to 15 feet. And if people from out of state, I think, have a little bit of trouble with this concept because most people will look at soil from 0 to 6 inches, 0 to 2 feet, 0 to 3 feet, pretty much just the very shallow soils. The reason we look at deeper soils under recap is the fact that once a site has received its no further action and is no longer under investigation or assessment, we do not know what activities may occur at that site. There could be some type of activity which causes soil movement. And when that happened, if you had deeper soils that had higher concentrations in them and they were brought to the surface and left at the surface, then you may have some direct contact type of exposure situations that would not be acceptable. And 0 to 15 feet is about as deep as most excavations can occur with normal soil movement equipment. So basically, what we want to do there is ensure that when the site is closed at 0 to 15 feet, regardless if someone puts a swimming pool in the backyard or if a major building is put in with very deep foundation and there's a lot of soil movement, that there will not be direct contact concerns with soils that have been moved and are left at the surface after these activities. So with surface soil, the things that we are evaluating under recap is direct contact exposure, which would be things like ingestion of soil, dermal contact with soil, and inhalation of volatiles, that sort of thing. We also are concerned with soil leaching to groundwater. For compounds that are not all that toxic, direct contact may leave you with a relatively high recap standard. However, it may be over time that may be too high and you could get soil leaching to groundwater at unacceptable chemical concentrations and cause impacts to groundwater. Also, there's the potential for free product, and that's another thing that we'd look at. Subsurface soils are soils greater than 15 feet. So we're not going to be looking at direct contact exposure, but we still have the concerns of soil leaching to groundwater and the potential for free product to exist. The other thing I'd like to point out, soil is not sediment, soil is not waste, and soil is not other solid media. So soil standards should only be applied to soil. I will say on a few occasions when approved by the department and we agree that it's an appropriate assessment, we do allow looking at soil standards for certain sediment exposure situations, such as along the edge of a waterway, when you're looking at maybe exposure to bank sediments, or if you have a drainage way that is dry much of the year, but only has water during heavy rain events or during different seasonal times. So in those situations, it might be okay. But we do not apply it to waste, and we don't apply it to other media. I have seen soil standards actually apply to vegetation. that's not an appropriate use of that standard. That's something that should be looked at and evaluated under management option 3. Why is land use so important? Because land use determines exposure potential. So the greater there is for someone to have potential for exposure, the longer period of time they may be at a site, then they're going to have greater exposure. Therefore, the risk-based is going to be lower. So the more you're exposed, the lower the standard needs to be for there to be acceptable exposure. So under non-industrial land use, we are looking primarily at residential exposure. So there's usually an increased exposure frequency and duration associated with a residential land use situation as opposed to some other type of situation such as industrial, recreational, or trespasser type of scenario. The other thing that's important is we're looking at a child receptor, and children are sensitive receptors, subsensitive population for exposure to soil, because during early years of their life, they're exposed to greater amounts of soil. They ingest greater amounts of soil, they have more hand-to-mouth contact and just greater contact with soils. So that's why the two things, exposure frequency and duration and the presence of a child receptor, that makes non-industrial land use unique and different from other types of exposures. Like industrial and commercial land use, we're looking primarily at worker exposure, and exposures that occur in an occupational setting are quite different than may occur in a residential situation. When you use industrial standards, risk-based standards for industrial exposure, we do require conveyance notice to be placed on the property so that if that property were to be redeveloped at a later time into residential exposure, people would know that it was not suitable for that purpose, that there may be additional assessment and or remediation needed before it would be protective of a child receptor. Land use is classified by the North American Industrial Classification System under RECAP. That's discussed in section 2.9 and appendix E. All of those classification numbers and coding is present there for you if you need to look something up to find the code for a particular property use. So when we're looking at land use, the other thing that's important is current and future land use. So if in the foreseeable future land use remains the same, that's fine. But if you know that a piece of property is going to be redeveloped, we need to consider not only what's going on there now, but what future use would be also. If the land is undeveloped and future use is not known, you can look at zoning and developing plans. I have found those aren't also always readily available in all parishes of our state. Some places you will find more information than in others. A lot of times, if there's empty land, you can look around to see what's surrounding land use. If you've got residential on 3 sides, then you know what? Good chance it could be developed for residential. If you have industrial on 3 sides, there's a good possibility it would be industrial use. So you kind of have to use what surrounding land use is to kind of give you an idea what you're looking at. If you don't know, if you want to be on the safe side, probably the best assumption is non-industrial, because then it would be suitable for most uses of future development, excuse me. If we have a change in land use, the most important thing to realize about that is you're going to probably have a change in exposure potential. Exposure frequency duration could change, exposure pathways could change, and again, receptors could change. We could have the introduction of a child receptor when there hadn't been one in the past, which would be a consideration that you would want to take into account. So we may need to do additional site evaluation, investigation, and even remediation. Sometimes it could be something as simple as going back to a recap that had already been conducted, seeing what was present at the site, reevaluating that information in light of what a residential exposure situation would be to see what additional steps may be necessary, if any. Almost always, it will change an AOI and an AOIC. So when we talk in terms of recap, we're not generally talking about the property as a whole, but we're talking about that area of investigation, that portion of that land that was evaluated under the recap program. So when you change uses, that AOI or that area that was investigated that we know information about, that may change. Only a portion of it may be redeveloped, all of it may be redeveloped, but as that changes, it's going to change the area of investigation concentration and hence the acceptability or unacceptability of the future use of that property. So the AOI or the area investigation is defined as a zone that is contiguous to and includes impacted media defined vertically and horizontally by the presence of one or more constituents at a concentration that exceeds the limiting recap standard for whatever option was applied. So basically what it is a 3D version of where the contamination exists at a site. So where we go out, we do sampling, and we define how far out it extends, how deep down it extends, so that we have a 3D conceptual idea of where the release occurred, what media have been impacted, and where we need to be focusing our evaluation, our recap assessment. So here's just kind of a depiction, very simplistic, of what an AOI would be. Here we have a limiting recap standard of 20. So we would take our sampling data from that particular release site and compare at each sampling location the concentration for each COC. As I said, in this situation, I'm using an example of 20 parts per million. We would compare 20 parts per million to the detection for that constituent at each location. And for each location where we have an exceedance above that 20, we would flag that area. And that area would then encompass the horizontal and vertical extent of where we have chemicals exceeding our 20 parts per million. And I do understand that there will be some kriging between the 32 and the 11. So this is just a simplistic conceptual look at what the AOI is, but actually it would probably come out and be irregularly somewhat shaped between these data points, the 56 and 12, 51 and 20, where you're still going to be a little bit above 20. But that's just to kind of give you an idea. We just want to have a visual in our minds of what area is contaminated, so we know that what we're focusing our assessment on. We do this vertically as well, so that we have that 3D concept of where we need to be focusing our assessment, where we may potentially have constituents above our level of concern. So the soil AOI concentration is the area investigation concentration. So this is the concentration of the COC and the environmental or biological medium to which the receptor is going to be exposed now or in the future. And the concentration of COC in the environmental media that may serve as a source of contamination or transport to another media. For example, what concentration of soil may potentially leach to groundwater, or groundwater that may potentially migrate towards a surface water body. So what it does is it serves not only as an exposure concentration, but also as a source concentration, so that we can evaluate both of those concerns. So the purpose is to focus the recap assessment on the portion of the release site that is most likely to pose a potential risk to human health or the environment. So the concept of an AOI was kind of created to provide clear guidance on where the focus of the assessment was going to be and which data point should be included in the calculation of the AOIC. So in the past, before we had the concept of an AOI, there was always a lot of debate of which data point should be included into the calculation of the AOIC, specifically the 95% UCL upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean, which we're going to talk about in just a little bit. So if you have a significant number of data points beyond the border of where your real area of concern is, and you include a lot of non-detects in the calculation of your AOIC, there'll be a statistical dilution of the concentration that you're going to be evaluating. So the areas with higher COC concentrations, as you add more non-detects into your data set, you're going to kind of dilute that out. And it could possibly lead to portions of the release site not being evaluated or remediated that actually require remediation. So it's kind of a safety factor to ensure that we are focusing on that area most likely to pose a risk. This is a key component of the soil recap assessment, as well as groundwater, from defining the various outer limits of the groundwater plume. However, it does not come into play so much in calculating an AOIC because it's evaluated differently. But from a soil standpoint, it is a key component of a soil recap assessment. So for the area investigation, why do we use a 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean? Well, for risk assessment, the soil concentration is an estimate of the arithmetic average concentration for contaminant based on a set of sampling results. When we go out to a site, we can't sample every single location. We actually just get a subset of the information that's available out there. We may have 10 sample locations, we may have 20 sample locations, but again, it's just a subset. And because of the uncertainty of estimating the true average at a site, because we only have a subset of data from that release site, we use an upper bound estimate of the arithmetic mean. And what that does is that ensures that we're not underestimating the true average at the site. So it's kind of one of the risk assessment protective mechanisms is we're going to take an upper bound estimate of the mean because we don't know what the true mean really is. And we would much rather overestimate what that concentration is than to underestimate it. So the 95% UCL gives us a reasonable confidence that the true site average will not be underestimated. The true AOI is concentration is not being underestimated. So the AOI in risk assessment terms equals the exposure area for the purpose of the recap assessment, and the AOIC is the exposure or source concentration. So another reason we use an average concentration is from an exposure standpoint is toxicity criteria are based on a lifetime average exposure, and average concentration is also representative of the concentration that would be contacted at a site over time. So the 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean, that concentration assumes that an exposed individual moves randomly across the exposure area or the AOI and spends equal time in different parts of the area. So if we have a contaminated area that we are assessing, we're going to assume that a receptor who is being exposed to those concentrations in soil are moving randomly through that area and spend equal time and have equal exposure to the high concentrations as well as the low concentrations. And that's what the average concentration provides for us in our evaluation. So the average concentration is actually a spatially average concentration over the exposure area. So for the purpose of assessing health risk under recap, the AOIs, for the most part, from risk assessment perspective, the exposure area, the AOIC is the exposure concentration. So the soil AOI concentration, the AOIC, when we're looking at the screening option, because this is an option that is using generic standards, we usually have minimal information about the site, and we just want to do a quick look at where we stand with regard to the site and how much work may be involved in the assessment of the site. We're going to use the maximum concentration that is obtained in the most heavily impacted area of the site. So this is just a conservative measure as taken in most screening assessments to make sure that we aren't overlooking something, that we are looking at a worst case scenario to know if we need to do further assessment or not. Under MO1, MO2, and MO3, we have a lot more site-specific information incorporated into our assessment, and we will be looking at using a 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean as representing the potential exposure and source concentration. So the 95% UCL and the arithmetic mean concentration, how is it calculated? EPA has a software called ProUCL software, and here is the link for getting that information. It's a very easy software program to use. We're not going to be covering that today. It's a little more in depth than we were going to be going into in this particular presentation. We can at a later date, though, put together a presentation where we're going to go through the specifics of how to use ProUCL, how to interpret the results, and we can include other things like how to use the Appendix H spreadsheet. So that's something that we have been discussing, and that's kind of in the works. I think there are a few people who would benefit from having a more in-depth discussion of how to use some of these tools. But when you're using ProUCL software, it should be your input, your data point should include all the points on or within the boundaries of the AOI. So if there are non-detects or lower concentrations below your standard that you applied for identifying your AOI within that area, we do include those. We just want to make sure that we're not using area outside of the AOI where we have very low concentrations that are not of concern or non-detects. We don't want those included in the AOI because we know those are not a concern, and we don't want to be focusing our assessment on those. So when you're doing the soil AOI 95% UCL, in your recap submittal, you should identify the standards that you use to delineate your AOI, illustrate the boundaries of the AOI in a figure. This is a very common NOD where we don't have a figure that shows that dimensional, horizontal, and vertical extent of the AOI. I have to note I'm very
Just real quick, I just want to make sure that we define NOD is notice of deficiency. So that's, one of the problems that we see with submittals. If it's an issue, then it gets noted in that notice of deficiency. So when June says NOD, that's what it stands for. Is that correct? Did I say that right?
If anything is in the submittal that does not comply with recap, you will receive a note of that and a notice from the department. We call those notices of deficiency. But one of the main things that I frequently see is the lack of a figure that illustrates the boundaries of the AOI. I need that mental picture when I am evaluating a site, and so I will typically draw my own on a figure that might be present in the document. So that's one thing to be aware of. Also include the Pro-UCL input and output data sheets. Show what data points you included in your calculation, and then also the outputs. So when you use Pro-UCL, it will give you the worksheet, which will have all of the input values, and it will also give you the output sheets, which shows you all of the statistical analysis of that data set. You can save all of that information to Excel, or you can print it out and include it in, right there after you conduct your assessment. You don't have to save it in Excel either way, but include that in an appendix along with the rest of the information in your recap assessment. And please identify the value used as the soil AOIC for comparison to the recap standard. Sometimes Pro-UCL, depending on the distribution of the data within your data set, you may get more than one recommendation for a UCL, and you have to make a decision which value you're going to use. Please include that information as well. The more information that you include in your submittal, the easier it makes the review, the less chances that you will receive some notice of deficiency because some information could not be found or was not clearly indicated in the document. And it eases the review for the team leader. So let's talk about AOI and AOIC. Do not assume the property as a whole is the AOI. I have seen a couple of submittals where there were developments underway and they had a vacant property and they took samples across the entire property and assumed that that was the AOI. This is particularly a concern from a residential standpoint because you're going to have structures over portions of that property. And you're going to have open areas, which may be playgrounds, they may be neutral grounds, they may just be landscaped areas. And those are the ones that would be most available for exposure to children, have direct contact with. So if you have your whole property identified as the AOI, there could be some higher concentrations that were diluted out over that whole 95% UCL data set for that entire property, and there could end up being a very high concentration that happened to be in an open space where it was available for direct contact. So that is a concern. So we don't want to approve, we don't want to assume the property as a whole is the AOI. We don't want to divide the property into AOIs based on historical or former uses of the property. Like this was the process area, this was the tank farm. We don't want to do that either. That is not consistent with recap. It does not provide an adequate evaluation of what the potential concerns are at the site based on COC concentrations. We want to identify the AOI using a limiting screening standard or limited recap standard. So we want there to be a basis for identifying what area we are carrying through the assessment. We want to know there's the potential for concern either from a risk standpoint or from environmental fate and transport, cross-media transfer, environmental concern. So with assuming the property as a whole or the property based on historical or former use does not allow us that evaluation. And so therefore there could be something that was slipped through the cracks. Also, if land use changes and the original AOI is being subdivided into smaller developments, reevaluation of the AOIC based on the new exposure areas will be necessary. So you're going to have to look at, a particular new use of that AOI compared to how it was originally looked at under the former land use. For example, we had a site I was looking at that had an AOI that was had a high hit of lead in it, And it was a pretty nice size AOI. And it just so happened that that higher hit of lead was okay when you're looking at contact throughout that entire AOI area, because the 95% UCL was below the recap standard. But when they were developing, and it just so happened, one residential lot in the backyard of that lot was that higher hit of lead. Well, more than likely, the children and the residents at that home were not going to have equal exposure to that entire original AOI. They were going to have direct, frequent contact with that one higher hit of lead that ended up in their backyard. So that's why it's important to have a visual of where your problem was originally. You're redeveloping your property. How does that relate to the AOI and the AOIC, and how it was evaluated under the former land use, and how that might change something with regard to exposure or concerns under the new land development. So remember, when land use changes, redevelopment occurs. The other thing that occurs is a lot of time there's soil removal, there's soil movement. When this happens, that changes the information you have available about that site. When they go through and regrade a property with a bulldozer and move that soil all around, your sampling locations are no longer where you thought they were. That land has, that soil has moved. That land is undergoing change that changes the information you have available. Take all this into consideration when you're looking at the suitability of the redevelopment of that property for whatever the intended use may be. We have a poll question number 2.
All right, so before we get to the poll question, I want to catch up on the questions that have come in so far. So there's a question: how often are the screening standards in Table 1 updated?
They have not been updated since 2003. We have to go through rule promulgation to update them. And we attempted it in 2019 and ran into a few obstacles. So we will be reinitiating that. We're hoping later this year. So they will be re-updated on the next repromulgation of recap.
Okay, and I think that answers the next question: when will the next update occur? Next question is, do you want to see an approved outlier test in delineating the AOI? If so, which statistical outlier test do you prefer?
I think that's beyond the scope of this particular discussion. Outliers is a unique situation in risk assessment, because outliers do occur in nature. And there are times that it's appropriate to look at outliers, and there are other times when it's not appropriate. And it's more than just a statistical analysis. So there's not really a real quick, easy answer for that one.
Okay. And then someone asked, can you explain a little bit more what is Pro-UCL?
Pro-UCL is a statistical software that EPA produces for calculating a 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean. And it is readily available on the web, and it is easily downloaded, and it's very easily used. It is free. There is a user's guide that comes along with the software, and that is available for download as well. It's updated periodically, and it is the recommended statistical software for calculating a 95% UCL on the arithmetic mean for risk assessment purposes. That answer it? Is that pretty good?
Great. I think that sounds good. And as June mentioned before, we had talked about doing a demo of that in here in this presentation, but we have so much to cover. But it is on our radar to kind of do a more of a workshop on that. We'd like to do it in person where we can really walk people through it. So that's on our radar. Probably won't happen till next year, but hopefully we can get to that training as well. All right, from the chat, we have a question. What is the difference between AOC, area of concern, and AOI, area of investigation? Would the AOC be the entire area of investigation? For example, a whole property?
The area of concern will depend on what the situation is. If you're going to a piece of property where there's a documented spill and there's information present about it, just that spill area in general would be your area of concern. The AOI is when you've actually taken some sample and identified those areas that actually exceed a recap standard. So that would be the difference there. AOC means you know there's some contamination present in the area in general. AOI is when you've refined it down to know what portion of that area of concern exceeds a recap standard and will be carried through the assessment. When you go out to an area where there was maybe historical use and you don't really know exactly everywhere where there could be contamination, or maybe there were multiple uses across the land, I would say in general, your area of concern would be wherever you think there could potentially be some concern. It's just a loose term that's used in general to where you're going to focus your assessment and start looking for potential concerns in soil and groundwater.
And they would probably, I would guess, line up when in brownfields, a lot of times we'll start with a phase 1 environmental site assessment, and that'll have recognized environmental concerns. And so I'm guessing those would probably match up with your areas of concerns.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. One more question. What if an NFA is given for an industrial use site, but that same site is developed for residential purposes later? Good question, because this does come up a lot.
Comes up quite a bit, unfortunately. That would involve probably going back through the data, looking at what you do know about the site, looking at development plans, and integrating that information to see where there could be potential concerns for residential development, where additional investigation may be necessary and or remediation in order to make the property suitable for residential development.
And June will get into this, I think, later, a little bit later on, but I'm going to emphasize this. Make sure you read your NFA letter, because it is not a blanket, everything is fine, do whatever you want with the entire site. There are very specific caveats within that letter that says things like, if the land use changes, you got to look at it again. If you're going to move soil, you might have to consider that. So make sure you read that NFA. It's not a blanket, everything is great. There are conditions in that. So I just want to emphasize that.
Yeah, and we will talk about that a little bit later, Rebecca.
Yeah. Just making sure everybody hears that over and over again. Question, will you touch on arsenic in soils today, or is that another time? I think, June, you talk about that a little bit in the background.
I guess it would depend on what arsenic in what way. I mean, that's just a specific constituent.
It's in it. Yeah.
Ask them to refine your question and resubmit it. Exactly what about arsenic in soil?
About background, using background levels for arsenic.
There is a state background level, and I do believe we talk about that later on.
Okay. All right. I think that catches, hold on, let me just check the chat to make sure there's nothing in there. All right, I think we're good. We're going to do our poll question. And then if you have additional questions, go ahead and put those in and we'll wrap those up afterwards. But let's do our second poll. Land use considerations. So the question is, which of the following land use considerations are correct? It is multiple choice, so select all that apply. First, land use determines exposure potential. The greater exposure potential, the lower the risk-based standard. Second option, current and future land use should be considered. And third option, change in land use may change exposure, EF, ED, exposure pathways, receptors, and may warrant additional site evaluation, investigation, and remediation. And, with the brownfield tie-in, a lot of times when you come in and you say, okay, I'd like an investigation done, this is my brownfield site, one of the first things we're going to ask you, what do you plan on doing with the site? Part of that is, for brownfields, we want to see that there's a redevelopment plan in place. That's always our goal. But part of that is also because of recap, we need to know what you plan on doing with it to make sure that the investigation that we're doing underneath the brownfield program will support that reuse down the line. All right. Got a few more votes that are still coming in. And again, If you have additional questions, you can put those in the Q&A or in the chat. Or if you're brave enough to raise your hand and ask it verbally, we can unmute you. All right, I'm going to give you about 10 more seconds. 70. All right, a few more seconds. So if you haven't voted and you're considering, just make sure you at least put in something so we can record that you were actually here. Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and end the polling and share results. Okay, so most of you got it correct. So all three are correct. So you want to, it does determine the exposure pathways, current and future land use should be considered, and the change in land use may change the exposure potential. So just make sure to keep those in mind. And it looks like we have one more question that came in. This one's interesting. Are farmers exempt? Where I live, farmland is converted into subdivisions.
Say that one again. I didn't hear the first part.
Are farmers exempt? Farmland, crops land. Where I live, farmland is converted into subdivisions, and that's pretty common throughout the U.S. Where a lot of farmland is being converted over to residential. So are they exempt from recap or an investigation?
Not to my knowledge. I think it can be a complicated issue. One of the things we do look at under recap are chemicals that are applied for their intended use. However, when land use changes, those chemicals would no longer be present there for their intended use because land use would be changing. So just a generic answer, and of course there can be many exceptions to a generic answer, would be no, that it would not be.
Okay, and I think that takes care of all of our questions. So June, I'll hand it back to you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you, Rebecca. Okay, let's talk about the soil recap standards. We've talked a little bit about some of the components of looking at recap, soil under recap. So we have risk-based standards. We have the soil NI, which is a risk-based standard that's protective of non-industrial land use. We have the soil I, which is protective of industrial or commercial land use. We have the soil ES, which is protective of soil vapors that may migrate through vapor intrusion into an enclosed structure where you would have indoor air exposure. The environmental fate and transport standards involving soil include the soil to groundwater standards, and they are based on the protection of the type of aquifer that may potentially be impacted by soils. Soil GW1 is a soil level protective of a groundwater 1 zone. Soil GW2 is the soil level protective of a groundwater 2 zone. GW3 DW is a soil level protective of a groundwater 3 zone that may potentially discharge to a surface water body that has a drinking water designation, and we'll talk about that a little bit later on. And the soil GW3 non-DW is the soil level protective of a groundwater 3 zone that may potentially migrate to a surface water body that has a non-drinking water designation. And then we have soil standards protective of aesthetics or soil saturation, prevention of free product. Soil can only absorb and adhere, so much chemical can adhere and absorb to soil. Once you exceed that capacity of the soil to hold that chemical, you get the accumulation of free product, which is an undesirable outcome from a chemical release. So that is something that we want to prevent. So what we do is look at the applicable risk-based standard, the environmental fate and transport standard, the soil protective of groundwater, depending on which one's applicable at your site, and then the soil saturation. Then we take the lower of those three standards, and that is the limiting recap standard. So by taking the lower of those three standards, we're protecting against all of these concerns. So that's how we go about looking at the recap standards for soil. The other things that get taken into consideration, besides those in the lookup table, are quantitation limits. If we have a recap standard that's calculated and was to be put in tables 1, 2, or 3, and it was below the quantitation limit, then we defaulted to the quantitation limit. And that is presented as the recap standard or screening standard. The reason for that is you cannot evaluate something below a level that analytically cannot be detected or evaluated. If you're developing a recap standard and you feel that you have calculated a standard for a chemical that's not in the tables and that you feel like it's below analytical quantitation limits, then you present that request to DEQ and they will look at the quantitation limit that you were proposing to use as that standard. And if it is the one that is most readily available through the most sensitive method, then it will probably be approved. We look at ceiling values for total petroleum hydrocarbons of 10,000 parts per million, which will be discussed later on too. And then we also look at background levels. There is a state background level for arsenic in soil. If you want to develop a site-specific background, then you can do that. And if your background level happens to be greater than your limiting recap standard, then you can request the department recognize the background level as your limiting recap standard, and that's subject to approval. And we'll talk about how to establish background levels later on in the talk. Typically, this applies to things such as metals, which are naturally occurring, and compounds that are just ubiquitous everywhere, such as dioxins and PAHs. They're products of incomplete combustion. They are carried through the atmosphere and deposited in most locations. They are found in heavier concentrations in heavily urbanized, historical urban areas where there's been a lot of human activity. You will have inherently background concentrations of dioxins and PAHs. And if those happen to also be site-related COCs, then sometimes it necessitates looking at background levels so that you can distinguish between what might be site-related and what was there from other anthropogenic sources that are not attributable to the site. Background levels should comply with section 2.13 of recap. But as I said, we will talk a little bit later on about establishing backgrounds right now. So when we're developing backgrounds, we will take discrete soil samples that will be collected in the vicinity of the AOI, but have not been impacted by the release being evaluated at the AOI. So we do not want to collect background samples in impacted areas. So we want to make sure that it's an area distinct from the area investigation that we were looking at in our recap assessment. We want the area to share the same basic characteristics as the medium of concern. So it could be groundwater, it could be soil, but you want it to be same type of soil, same type of groundwater aquifer, so that the only difference you're really looking at is trying to distinguish between naturally occurring, anthropogenically occurring compound versus something that would be site related. Background concentrations are subject to approval by the department. Literature values are typically considered unacceptable, and recap will say that. However, since 2003, there have been a number of good references that have come out that we can rely upon if it's appropriate for a particular situation that we're looking at. The USGS background study, soil survey study that was we're back. Sorry, here we have a glitch. That study did a significant amount of survey of soil concentrations of many different inorganic constituents throughout the state. So it's a very useful study. Also, the researchers Mielke and Wang have done a number of studies in the New Orleans area looking at PAHs and also metals and soils. And sometimes those studies can give us some insight to what background may be in a particular area of the city, and they can be useful in some circumstances. The use of these references, of course, are subject to department approval, and we want to make sure that we're using them in an appropriate manner to make a decision concerning background. How do we calculate a site-specific background? If you have less than or equal to 7 background data points, then you're going to calculate the arithmetic average concentration to represent background. If you have greater than or equal to 8 background concentrations, then you have sufficient data points to look at variability in the data set, and you're allowed to use your mean plus 1 standard deviation to represent site-specific background. And of course, all of this information and establishing a site-specific background is subject to department approval. So how do we incorporate background into a recap assessment? As I stated a minute ago, if your limiting recap standard is less than site-specific background concentration, then the background concentration may be used as a limiting recap standard. You cannot clean up what is there from either naturally occurring or anthropogenic sources. And what we really want to do is be able to distinguish between the two. And we also want to make sure that we're not trying to achieve unachievable goals. So to do this, we're going to compare the arithmetic mean concentration for the AOI to the site-specific background concentration. We don't want to use the 95% upper confidence limit because we want to be comparing apples and apples. We don't want to compare apples and oranges. And if you compare your 95% upper confidence limit for your AOI to an average background concentration, you're going to always be above it. Unless, you know, statistically that happens not to happen that way, but more than likely you will be. So you want to make sure that when you're doing that, applying your background concentration data, that you use the arithmetic average for the AOI concentration. Background concentrations applied at an AOI are subject to department approval. And as I mentioned earlier, section 2.13 has some additional guidance. If it's not clear, feel free to call your team leader and talk to them about it, and they can give you some additional information. And one thing I will point out, when you are looking at arsenic in soil, use the arithmetic average concentration for your AOI. Do not use your 95% UCL, because that is an average concentration represented by the state average concentration in soil for arsenic. Okay, let's talk about groundwater. You want to take a break now? I've been given the signal. We're going to take about a 5-10 minute break, and we will be right back. So that'll give you a chance to check your email, leave your desk, and catch your breath.
Hey, June, before we take a break, can we answer just a couple questions that came in?
Sure.
Oh my gosh, hopefully I pronounced all these right. It's still a little early for me. If the anthropogenic background for benzoapyrene is determined to be greater than a table 1 level, which value should be utilized? And I'm going to start off by saying, I think if you're getting into that level of detail, that's something that you should probably discuss with your team leader. But June, do you want to add to that?
I would say in concept, yes, that's what would be done, but it would be subject to approval based on all the site-specific situations. So yes, I agree with you. It would have to be made on a case-by-case, site-specific basis, but in concept, yes, that would be the way it would be done.
And I did want to point out, whenever June says, you know, department approval, that means you need to work with your DEQ team leader. You know, they're the ones who are assigned to your project, who are going to help you work through that process. I have to say, the team leaders that I've worked with have all been great. They really want to help you get this site closed out. So definitely work cooperatively with them on all these projects. One more question that came in. When the recap standard is less than the method detection limit for a given constituent, does the LDEQ always need to approve the use of the method detection limit, even when the responsible party is using a lab and/or method that provides the most sensitive testing results relative to other labs in the state?
Yes, the DEQ will want to confirm that indeed that is the case.
All right, those are all the questions that came in. So let's go ahead and take that 10-minute break. So it is 10:04 by what I see. So we're going to come back about 10:15. So get your coffee and go to the bathroom and get all set up, and we'll come back in about 10 minutes.
about.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to talk about groundwater now. And under recap, groundwater is classified based on aquifer yield, the quality of the groundwater, the current and potential use of the groundwater. And we have three classifications, groundwater classifications 1, 2, and 3. Groundwater classification 1 in general is what we consider a public water supply. It has a yield greater than 4,800 gallons per day and a TDS less than and equal to 1,000 milligrams per liter. Groundwater 2 classification is what we consider domestic water supply. It has a yield greater than 800 gallons per day, but less than the 4,800 gallons per day. And it has a TDS less than or equal to 10,000 milligrams per liter. One thing I would like to point out, if there is a public water supply that is located within 1 mile of the AOI property and is screened in the same stratum as the aquifer of concern or has a hydraulic connection to it, then we do reclassify it as a groundwater classification 1 based on use, current use. Groundwater classification 3 is not a potential public or domestic water supply. In general, it doesn't typically have any beneficial use. There can be exceptions to that. Sometimes it can be used for irrigation or agricultural use, such as watering livestock, that sort of thing. Yield less than 800 gallons per day and a TDS greater than 10,000 milligrams per liter.
June, real quick, can you define TDS?
TDS is total dissolved solids. It is a measurement of groundwater quality. So the groundwater 3 classification is further classified based on the designated use of the point of exposure, which we'll talk about in a minute, the POE for that particular classification, which is the down gradient surface water body. If the nearest down gradient surface water body is designated as a drinking water source, then it is classified as a GW3 DW for drinking water. If the nearest down gradient surface water body is not designated as a drinking water source, it is classified as a GW3 non-DW, NDW. So how do we determine which it is, a DW or non-DW? First thing, you need to determine groundwater flow direction so that you will know what the nearest down gradient surface water body is. Then you're going to identify that water body based on that flow direction. Then you're going to refer to the surface water regulations, table 3, and the reference is given here to determine the designated use of that surface water body. Now, there are times that you may have a water body that is not necessarily named and included in this table. What you need to do is, if you may be discharging to a smaller water body, such as a ditch or a canal or a small stream. And what you need to do is follow the flow and see where that ultimate water flow will end up into what named water body. So even though the body you're looking at does not have a designated name and you can't really look it up, by looking at watershed and looking at the designated basins, you can look and see what the ultimate receiving water body will be for that water. And from that, you can find the information you need in this particular table that's in the surface water regulations. So you can see here that if there is a D in designated use, then it is drinking water. So here we have a D. So water bodies falling in this particular segment are considered drinking water, and in this one as well. Here, we do not have a D. So these are non-drinking water designated uses for these water bodies or segments of these water bodies. And this is again in the surface water regulations, water quality regulations. So the down gradient surface water body is designated a drinking water source. Then the zone is classified as a GW3 DW. If the downgraded surface water body is not designated as a drinking water source, the zone is a GW3 non-DW.
Okay, there we go.
See what we had another moment of freezing up. Here we're back. To look at current use for groundwater, recap requires that you do a LDNR well survey of a 1 mile radius of your AOI to see what groundwater usage is occurring in that 1 mile radius, and make sure that your survey was conducted within the last 12 months so that there aren't any new wells that have been added. Because when you start a project, and at one point in time, and that project may extend over several.
Sorry, everybody, just having a little bit of issue here. Not quite yet.
All right, well, they're working out some technical issues with June's computer. Just in the interest of time, we have a lot to cover today. So for the questions and answers, we might not do them all live, but we will answer them as they come in. Once the answers are posted, everybody should be able to see the questions and the related answers for those. And we'll also send out after the event for the ones that were typed in, we'll send out the log that says, here's the question and here's the typed answer. So you'll have those available as well. And then we'll also pull the questions that come in through the chat and kind of do the same thing. So that way everybody can see the questions and the answers that come through on the chat. Just because June does have a lot to cover and we're obviously having some technical difficulties this morning. It never works as well as we would like. I think we're all looking forward to when we have in-person meetings again. And June, I can see your name. I just can't see the shared screen or your video if you're trying to share that.
Can you hear us, Rebecca? We're getting there.
I can hear you. Yep. There we go.
Are we back?
We're back.
Sorry for the technical difficulties. We lost connection.
No problem.
Okay, so we conduct also, in addition to the LDNR well survey, we will conduct a 500-foot walking receptor survey. This is especially important for domestic wells. There are a lot of times we will find, especially older domestic wells that have not been registered and will not show up on the well survey. And when you're in rural areas, it's not unusual at all for there to be some older domestic wells present. Potential use is based on sustainable yield, and to determine sustainable yield, you have to conduct octavore testing, which is in Appendix F Again, we're not going to be going into that level of detail here, but as Rebecca mentioned earlier, there will be some groundwater training coming up in the future. Total dissolved solids, or TDS, should be determined using method 160.1 or EPA method 2540 to determine water quality. So groundwater classification. Groundwater may be classified using information from another site if the site is located within 1 mile of the AOI, the geological and hydrogeological conditions between the two sites are similar, that site contains boring wells, well completion diagrams, hydrologic and hydrogeological data, including aquifer test data and potentiometric surface maps are available for the area. And use of site groundwater classification from another site is at the discretion of LDEQ and prior approval is required. If you have a site that's within 1 mile radius and they have a certain groundwater classification that was used for that site, but there was no data collected at the actual site because they use site from another site, that's not considered acceptable. You know, if you use something within a 1 mile radius and they've used something from a 1 mile radius and the next one used one from the 1 mile radius, before long you're using data that's probably not at all applicable to the site. So we want to make sure that we have data actually from the site that you're going to be using for your classification. The groundwater AOI, compliance concentration and point of compliance. So the groundwater AOI, just some terminology here that we use when we're talking about the evaluation of groundwater. The groundwater AOI in concept is very similar to the soil AOI. It is delineated horizontally and vertically in the same manner as the soil AOI. It's what you would refer to as a groundwater plume. The point of compliance for groundwater, which is a recap term, shall be the point in the aquifer where the groundwater recap standard is enforced and where groundwater monitoring takes place. That sampling location should be in the most highly impacted area of groundwater, because what we want to do is obtain the maximum concentration present in groundwater. Now, of course, the POC, we want to place that well in an area that will not cause the further adverse impact to groundwater. But we do want to have it as near to the source as feasible, and we want to be able to monitor groundwater at that particular location. The compliance concentration is a COC concentration detected in groundwater at the point of compliance. So if you put in a well that is your point of compliance, when you draw water from it and you send it off for analysis, the concentrations coming back from that analysis are your compliance concentrations. And we want the concentrations in groundwater at the point of compliance to represent the maximum chemical concentration in groundwater. That is what we're going to compare to our recap standard to determine compliance for making a decision on remedial efforts. The location for the POC is the same for all 3 groundwater zones, whether it's groundwater classifications 1, 2, or 3. So all groundwater classifications have a point of compliance that's going to be in the most heavily impacted area that's representative of the maximum concentration in groundwater. The groundwater POE, or point of exposure, is another term that we use in evaluating groundwater. The point of exposure for groundwater is the point in the aquifer where exposure to groundwater is occurring or more reasonably be expected to occur. So for a groundwater 1 zone, the point of exposure is assumed to be throughout the aquifer to be protected or restored. The reason for that is when we're finished with restoring an aquifer, remediating that groundwater 1 aquifer, we want to be sure that a groundwater well can safely be put in any part of that aquifer and be suitable for domestic use. So the POE is assumed to be throughout the aquifer. So the recap standard has to be met at every point in the aquifer. For groundwater 2, we assume that the potential point of exposure to be at the property boundary, the nearest down gradient property boundary. The reason for that is if you own a piece of property and you know that you have contaminated groundwater on it, you aren't going to be using that groundwater for household or drinking water purposes. However, you cannot control groundwater use beyond your property boundary. So we need to ensure that when groundwater reaches the property boundary, that the chemical concentrations are protective of domestic or household or ground drinking water usage. So that's the purpose of setting the point of exposure at the property boundary. For a GW3 POE, is assumed, the point of exposure is assumed to be at the potential point of discharge to the nearest ungradient surface water body. The point of exposure for GW3 is a location within the aquifer to be protected or restored. It is not within the surface water body. RECAP does not allow groundwater to discharge to surface water if it is contaminated. So we do not want CUCs just discharging to surface water via groundwater migration. So here's just kind of a depiction. You can see the point of compliance for groundwater 1 is throughout the aquifer. So any point within our AOI or site boundaries, you should be able to use the groundwater without any concern for health effects. For GW2, we're going to allow you to have some residual constituent concentrations within the aquifer on your property, just as long as soon as that groundwater passes that property boundary, that's if your neighbor puts a well in right at your property boundary, that they can safely use that water for household or drinking water purposes. Now, we understand that there may be a structure, whether it be a building, a road, or other feature that prevents using groundwater directly at the property boundary. So you can set the POE at the most reasonable location that a drinking water well could be installed. So it might not necessarily be the property boundary. It will be at the nearest location down gradient that a drinking water well could be installed. For GW3 aquifer, again, the POE is a point in the aquifer before it reaches a surface water body. So as you can see, our point of compliance for all 3 of the groundwater classifications is the most heavily impacted area, and the POE changes depending on usage of that water throughout the aquifer for drinking water aquifer, at the property boundary for domestic groundwater 2, and for groundwater 3, protection of surface water body. We want to make sure concentrations are acceptable within the aquifer before it reaches groundwater body. I'm sorry, the surface water body. And we have poll question number 3.
Okay, thanks. Pull up the poll real quick. So groundwater is classified based on aquifer yield, groundwater quality, current and potential use, or all of the above. Okay. Give a few more seconds to let last few people get their vote in. All right. And it looks like, yes, the majority of the people got it, all of the above. So let's see, we have a couple of questions, if that's okay, June, do you want to take? Oh, we're sorry, we're having technical difficulties again. If you can just give us a second, we will get her back in here.
And for those of you that have been typing in questions with the Q&A, keep those coming in. If we don't get to them as we're going through the presentation, we will get those caught up over lunchtime. And as I mentioned before, we'll make sure that those get posted so everybody can see those questions and answers. So I can see June on the video. I just can't see her presentation. There we go. Now I can see the presentation again.
Sorry for all the technical difficulties. We keep losing connection for some reason.
Okay. So just a couple of questions. So what does DEQ consider quantitation limit? Is it the PQL or the MDL value received from the lab?
Typically the PQL, the reporting limit, sample quantitation limit, reporting limit.
Okay, just in case those of you couldn't hear Jennifer, the question was, what does DEQ consider the quantitation limit, the PQL or the MDL value received from the lab?
There's a whole discussion of it.
Sorry, I forgot to unmute me for that one. Okay, do we have a GIS coverage of sites with groundwater classification for each site? I know we used to have that on the old Make a Map GIS portal that we had. I think it's still there. Yeah, I'm not sure how often it's updated, but it is available on, I think you can Google LDEQ Make a Map, and I think that's still available. You may be able to find some of the site information that was put in there on groundwater classification, I believe is one of the layers. So can you define any requirements to use a surrounding site as a surrogate for groundwater classification? Oh, okay. All right, I'm sorry. Just based on the way we're gonna answer these questions via the chat from here on out, just kind of in the interest of time and just the way we're set up in here. So, June, if you want to go ahead with the presentation.
Okay, let's talk about groundwater standards. Again, I apologize for our technical difficulties. Okay, for groundwater, we have risk-based standards. We also have environmental fate and transport standards, and again, standards protective of aesthetics. Our risk-based standards include GW1, Sorry about that, guys. Let's press forward. We have GWES, which is groundwater to enclosed structure. So that looks at groundwater vapors that would be in the subsurface and through vapor intrusion or entering enclosed structure and causing exposure in indoor air. Environmental fate and transport standards for groundwater are the groundwater 3 recap standards, which are protective, of course, of down gradient surface water bodies. We also look at water solubility, which again is an indicator of the potential for free product to exist in a groundwater aquifer, such as non-aqueous phase liquid that can accumulate in groundwater aquifers and need to be present.
Sorry, get back. Get back.
Am I sharing?
Yes, you are.
Okay. What we do is we look at the applicable standards and we identify the lower of those standards, and that's our limiting recap standard, which is what we will compare to our compliance concentration, which is the groundwater concentration at our point of compliance. We also can consider background levels under identification of the groundwater recap standard. There can be some naturally occurring COCs and metals and other organics in groundwater that may need to be taken into consideration. Again, comply with section 2.13. Quantitation limits may also be of concern, especially with risk-based standards for GW1 and GW2, and also ceiling values for TPH, total petroleum hydrocarbons, will be taken into consideration for groundwater as well as soil. So let's talk about dilution factors. We do use dilution factors in determining the appropriate levels of COCs, chemicals of concern that can be left at the point of compliance. It's a numerical estimation of the reduction in chemical concentration associated with groundwater migration. So chemicals that are present in groundwater, as that groundwater flows through the zone and mixes with clean water, you will actually get a reduction in COC concentration. And that's something that we allow to be taken into consideration when we are establishing acceptable concentrations of groundwater to be left at the POC. These are applicable to groundwater classifications 2 and 3. They're not applicable to groundwater classification 1 because remember, you have to meet the standard throughout the aquifer. So there's nowhere to take into account for the fact that the POE is a point distant from the AOI. The groundwater dilution factors were developed using the Domenico model. So how do we determine the dilution factor? Well, there's 2 things we need to know. We need to know the distance from our point of compliance, which is our monitoring well location or monitoring location located in the most heavily impacted area to our point of exposure. We also need to know a term referred to as the SD, which is the thickness of the groundwater plume within the aquifer. The SD is a very common mistake that is made in recap assessments. People misidentify the SD. It is the thickness of the groundwater plume. It's not the thickness, it's not the how far below ground the groundwater aquifer occurs. So do not make that mistake. If we have here, we have ground surface, we have an aquifer that's 15 feet thick, and we have impacted groundwater at the top 5 feet of that aquifer. In this situation, our SD is going to be 5 feet. It's not going to be 10 feet, the distance below ground surface. It's going to be 5 feet. So it is the thickness of the groundwater within the permeable zone. If the zone is not impacted and you do not know the thickness, then basically SD will be considered to be the full thickness of the groundwater aquifer. So in this particular example, it would be 15. Since there is no plume, there can be no thickness of the plume. Therefore, we just assume the full thickness of the groundwater zone. So let's take a look at the dilution factors in the lookup table. There's a lookup table in Appendix H, and the DF2, which is a dilution factor for groundwater 2 zone, and the DF3, which is the dilution factor for groundwater 3 zone. based on, again, the thickness of the groundwater plume, which is our SD, and the distance from our point of compliance to the point of exposure. So we have categories of SD across the table here, and then we have categories of distances of how far you have between your point of compliance and where your point of exposure is assumed to be for your zone. Because the greater the distance that you have, the more time you're going to have for dilution. So therefore, the more dilution you can expect in the COC concentrations by the time they reach the POE. Same thing is true with the SD. The smaller the plume, the more dilution you're going to get. The thicker the groundwater plume, the less dilution you're going to be, because there's a greater mass of chemical that has to dilute with migration of that groundwater plume. So dilution factors, the GW2 zone or the DF2. DF2 is applicable to groundwater 2 zones. It accounts for reduction in chemical concentrations as groundwater migrates from the source area, which is our point of compliance, the maximum area, to the nearest ungraded property boundary. We can apply these to the GW2 recap standard and the soil protective of a groundwater 2 recap standard. So let's look at how that works. So here's just kind of a hypothetical example. Over here, we have our groundwater source and our point of compliance, which is where our max concentration is. And here we have our POE or our property boundary. As groundwater migrates from our point of compliance to our point of exposure, we're going to have a reduction in COC concentration. In this particular example, we're going to say there's 900 feet between our POC and our POE. And we know from looking up our DF2 that we're going to get a dilution factor of 111. That means we're going to have 111 time decrease in concentration as a chemical migrates from our POC to our POE. So at the POE, we must meet the recap standard for this groundwater 2 zone. So the drinking water standard, or the GW2 for benzene, is 0.005 milligrams per liter. So we're going to use benzene as our example, COC, our chemical of concern. So if we take 0.005 and we multiply it by 111, that means we can leave 0.56 milligrams per liter at our point of compliance, so that by the time that chemical, that 0.56 milligrams per liter migrates this 900 feet, by the time it reaches a property boundary, the concentration would be reduced down to 0.005 milligram per liter based on our estimated dilution factor. So that allows us to leave a higher concentration at our point of compliance and still comply and be protective of the use of groundwater just beyond the property boundary. Same concept follows for soil protective of groundwater. So if we have a soil source and it's leaching to groundwater, the soil GW is based on the concentration that is acceptable in groundwater. So basically what we can do is at that point is we're going to take that dilution factor and take advantage of the fact that the concentration that's acceptable to leave in soil, when it reaches groundwater, it also will dilute by the time it reaches our point of exposure. So the same concept comes into play here as well. So that means that we can have a higher AOIC that can be demonstrated to be protective of groundwater through leaching of that compound from soil into groundwater. If you use a dilution factor for the management of a groundwater 2 zone, and you do assume that there will be dilution and you have concentrations within your property boundary that are above drinking water standards, which would be the GW2 without a dilution factor, then you're required to put a conveyance notice on that portion of the property that has groundwater that is not suitable for domestic use. So for that purpose, that allows anyone who purchases that property to know that they cannot put a well in certain areas of their property and that groundwater should not be used in certain portions of that property where the AOI is located and where groundwater has been impacted. At the time that groundwater is reduced down to meet the recap standards suitable for drinking water throughout the property boundary, at that time there can be another notice conveyed on that property that states that groundwater is now usable, that the standards have been met. I would like to note that a conveyance notice is not needed when you use a soil GW2 TAMA recap standard, because that's hypothetical modeling, that's not actual direct exposure. We also have dilution factors for groundwater 3 zones. They're applicable to groundwater 3 zones. They account for reduction in chemical concentration as groundwater migrates from the source area to the nearest downgraded surface water body. The DF3 can be applied to the GW3 DW, GW3 non-DW, and the soil GW3 values recap standards. So all 4 of these standards you can apply a DF3 to. Again, the concept is the same. You have your source area and your GW3 zone. Your downgradient surface water body is your hypothetical point of exposure. So we must meet the GW3 at this location in the aquifer before it reaches that surface water body. So in this particular example, we have 1,800 feet of distance for the groundwater concentrations present at the POC to dilute before they reach that hypothetical point of exposure in the aquifer. Are we back?
Yep.
Welcome back again. We've got quite a few grumblings in our Zoom system today. Okay, so we take our GW3 of 0.1, multiply it by dilution factor of 440, gives us a concentration of 44 milligrams per liter. So if we leave 44 milligrams per liter at our source area, by the time it reaches our POE in the aquifer before it reaches surface water, it will have diluted down to a concentration of 0.1 and will be in compliance with the recap standard at that point of exposure. Again, same concept with the soil protective of a groundwater 3 zone. We can apply the dilution factor. Soil will leach to groundwater, and it will be the same process we just talked about here. It's just back calculating up one more step from groundwater to leaching from the soil source area. A couple of notes on the GW3 recap standard. Again, the objective of the GW3 standard is to provide protection against the migration and discharge of a COC via groundwater to surface water body. It is not the intent of this standard or recap to allow the discharge of chemicals to surface water bodies. The use of a mixing zone and the surface water body to demonstrate compliance with the GW3 recap standard is not allowed under recap. The POE is within the aquifer before groundwater reaches the surface water body. Don't see too much of this, but I had one just recently. So this is not an appropriate method. It does not demonstrate with compliance, and it would not be considered an acceptable approach by your team leader or the department. So dilution factors for soil, you may apply them to the soil GW2, soil GW3 DW, and GW3 non-DW. You cannot apply them to soil NI, a soil I, soil ES, a soil saturation, or soil GW. Again, can't apply them to the soil GW1 because you have to meet your standard throughout the aquifer. There is no allowance for dilution within the zone. I know it seems kind of odd to say, don't need a dilution factor for soil and I, but I've actually seen dilution factors applied to the risk-based standards. Soil does not move, it stays in the same place. There is no opportunity for dilution as soil moves. It's not applicable to apply dilution to these types of assessments. Dilution factors for groundwater can be applied to GW2 and GW3 recap standards. They may not be applied to GW1, GW air, GWES, or water solubility. Again, we're looking at chemical concentrations reducing with movement of groundwater. Poll question number 4.
Okay, let me pull that up real quick. Okay, poll number 4. How to determine the dilution factor? And go ahead and check all that's applied. It's multiple choice. Answer A, just pick a number out of the air. Sometimes I think that's what people do. You determine the distance from the POC to the POE. Or you determine the source depth, thickness of the groundwater plume. All right, give a few more seconds, kind of let last group of people finish up and get their votes in. All right, let's go ahead and end the polling. And the correct answers are the last two: determine the distance from the POC to the POE and determine the SD. All right, June, would you like to continue?
Okay, now let's talk about recap assessments. Let's start putting some of the pieces together and talk about the basics. Again, we have 4 options: the screening option, management options 1, 2, and 3. The complexity and the amount of site-specific information that gets incorporated into the assessments increases as we move up the options. One thing to be mindful of when using tables 1, 2, and 3, which contain the screening option and MO1 recap standards, that in order to derive generic soil and groundwater screening standards and MO1 recap standards, a lot of assumptions had to be made. You had to make decisions to fill in all of these equations with regard to exposure potential, who the receptors are, the exposure pathways, exposure frequency and duration, how often are they there, how long are they there, what kind of contact rates they're going to have, and looking at cumulative exposures, site characteristics that influence fade and transport. We had to make assumptions regard to site size, soil properties and characteristics, hydrogeologic conditions, etc. So that when you take these standards and you apply them to a site, you want to make sure that the site that you are applying, particularly screening standards, are reasonably similar to those that the standards are based upon. Otherwise, you're not going to have a valid comparison and evaluation in your screening standard and potentially MO1 assessments. So if you go and you look into recap, it will talk about the criteria for management under screening option and MO1, and we'll talk about some of the things that you need to be looking for, which we'll run through those in just a minute. But the application of recap standards and cross-media transfer standards is only protective if your AOI is based on similar characteristics as those that the standards are based on. And that's true of any lookup table that you choose, whether it be EPA's or another states, that certain assumptions had to be made in order to develop those lookup numbers. And if your site is nothing like the assumptions that went into the development of those numbers, you may not get a very useful or protective assessment from your screening process. Just a word to the wise when looking at lookup tables. Lookup numbers aren't catch-alls. They don't actually cover every situation that could come up. So here are some of the criteria when you're looking at using screening standards and MO1 standards. Again, only non-industrial or industrial land use. They only have standards for soil and groundwater assessment. The impacted area of soil is less than or equal to 0.5 acres. If you have a larger area, then you need to be looking something more site specific. The source has been removed. Soil and groundwater in declining conditions. If you have continuing chemical concentrations entering the environment, then your concentrations are going to change over time, and that's going to make your assessment not valid. over time. So we want to make sure that we've removed the source and that soil and groundwater are in declining conditions and chemical concentrations are not increasing and conditions are not expanding. Non-aqueous phase liquid is not present. Recap is not applicable when you have actual phase materials at a site. That's something, a special consideration that has to be looked at when doing an evaluation. Make sure there are no exposure pathways other than those that are addressed by the recap standards that you're applying. There are limited pathways of exposure that are addressed under screening option, a few more under management option 1. But if you have a pathway of exposure that's not addressed by the standard you're applying, then it may not be fully protective and you might not be making decisions that are as protective as you think they might be. We want to make sure groundwater is not discharging to surface water. If it is, then those pathways become quite complex and you will need to evaluate those particular pathways under management option 3. Refer to section 3.1 for the screening option and section 4.1 for management option 1 to see a more extensive discussion of the criteria for management under those particular options. So let's talk about the screening option. Screening option may be used to document that an area of concern does not pose a threat to human health and the environment and hence does not require further action at this time. In other words, everything that was detected within that area of concern is below the screening standard, and therefore you don't even really have an AOI. You just have some low constituent levels of compounds in the environment that are not likely to cause a problem. You can use a screening option to identify an area of investigation or your chemicals of concern for management under the screening option or under a higher tier of option. If you find from your screening option that you do need to do some further assessment, then screening standards can help to identify your AOI and your COCs for further assessment under those higher tiers of assessment. So let's talk about the soil screening option. If you go to table 1 of recap, you'll find the screening standards. There is a soil SSNI for non-industrial land use and a soil SSI for industrial land use. You would have to pick the appropriate number depending on what land use you're evaluating your AOC for. These are risk-based values. They have already been adjusted to downward to account for potential additivity for exposure for multiple chemicals that may have non-carcinogenic effects that are similar. So they are based on what's referred to as a target hazard quotient of 0.1, which we'll get into a little bit when we talk about additivity later on. And there's also a soil SSGW, which is a soil protective of a groundwater 1 zone. This is applicable for the screening of all types of groundwater zones, regardless of classification. We've had misunderstandings before where people did not apply this standard because they didn't feel like the groundwater at their site was a groundwater 1 zone, that maybe it was a groundwater 3 and that this particular screening level was not appropriate for use. It is. So soil SSGW, because we do not typically know groundwater zone classification at this particular point of the screening process, we make the most conservative assumption that it's the GW1 zone. If that triggers, then we move into management option 1 where we actually determine the classification. Soil saturation or protection of aesthetics is not a separate screening standard in this table. It was considered though, and if the soil SSNI, soil SSI, or soil SSGW happened to be higher than soil saturation, the soil saturation level was substituted in for that value and would be footnoted as such. And then we have the groundwater screening standard also in table 1, which as I mentioned for soil is protective of a groundwater 1 zone. So to identify the limiting soil screening standard, you refer to table 1 of recap. You identify the soil SSNI or the soil I based on land use and the soil SSGW. And then you would select the lower of those 2 standards as your limiting soil screening standard. So here's table 1. You have the chemical of concern is listed along with the CAS number. You have the soil SSNI, the soil SSI, the soil SSGW. So for soil, you would take one of these 2 values and your soil SSGW, take the lower of the applicable values, and that's your limiting standard. And then we also have a groundwater standard. Also note, footnotes can give you some information about the basis of that particular standard. An N means that it's based on non-carcinogenic health effects. C means that it is based on a carcinogenic health effect. D means that arsenic value is based on a department background level. Q means that that level, it is based on a quantitation limit, that the actual calculated value was below the analytical quantitation limits in 2003, and that was substituted and used as the value there. So there are footnotes listed at the end of the table that can give you an idea of the basis of the value. So the AOIC, or the area of investigation concentration for soil under the screening option, will be the maximum concentration detected in soil. Again, we don't typically have as much information available at the site at the screening option level of assessment. Therefore, we always err on the conservative side, and we use the maximum concentration at this point. And that should be a sample location within the most heavily impacted area. And use and identification of the maximum concentration is subject to department approval. So we have identified our limiting standard and we've identified our AOIC. So to do the soil assessment, we're going to compare our maximum concentration detected in soil to our limiting screening standard for soil, the lower of the soil SSI or NI and the soil SSGW. If the max concentration is less than the limiting screening standard for a chemical, then that chemical is screened out and no further evaluation is needed. If the max is greater than the limiting screening standard, then the COC will be evaluated under a higher option, or it could be remediated to the limiting screening standard. It isn't common to clean up to screening standards, but you could have a situation where you had a very, very small area of concern, such as, let's say, an area stained soil under a drum, and it might just be easier to scoop up that area of soil and do confirmatory sampling than it would be to conduct an MO1 assessment. So there are times when you may want to remediate to a screening standard. The Appendix C recap form 10 would be where you would insert the information for your screening option soil assessment. The recap forms are very helpful for your team leader in reviewing the information that you submit, because it puts it in a very consistent, standardized form that allows them quickly to look through all the information that was used in the assessment, to verify it and to approve that it was done correctly, or to notice any notices of deficiency where something might not have been done correctly and requires correction. So we do encourage the use of those forms in Appendix C. So here's just a real quick example. Here we have an area where 3 soil borings were taking, or 3 soil locations, and we have our maximum concentration identified as 80 parts per million. So for the screening option, the max, which is 80 parts per million, is our area of investigation concentration for this soil assessment. And acetone is the compound that was released to soil. So we would go to Table 1. We are in an industrial land use situation. Our COC is acetone. So in Table 1, we identify the soil SSI for acetone, which is 1,400 milligrams per kilogram. We identify the soil SSGW, which is 1.5 milligrams per kilogram. We identify the lower of those 2 values, which is the soil SSGW of 1.5 milligrams per kilogram. And that would be the limiting standard that we're going to compare to the maximum concentration detected in soil. So our maximum concentration in soil was 80 parts per million. Our limiting standard is 1.5 milligrams per kilogram. 80 milligrams per kilogram is definitely higher than our screening standard. So acetone would need to be evaluated further under a higher tier of assessment. Well, let's talk about the screening option for the groundwater assessment. GWSS is protective of a groundwater 1 zone. As I stated before, it's applicable to all groundwater zones at the screening level, regardless of what their classification may be. In most situations, it will be quite a conservative evaluation. Again, water solubility was considered in the development of Table 1. If the salt GWSS was higher than the water solubility was substituted in for that value in the table, just to make it one step easier. So you go to Table 1, identify the GWSS. There are no other values to compare it to, so the GWSS is your limiting groundwater screening standard. So here we have, again, the picture of Table 1. our GWSS, and here are our screening standards for groundwater. Again, they are also footnoted: non-carcinogenic effects, quantitation limit, probably water solubility. It's based on the MCL. So this would be a risk-based non-carcinogenic effect. This would be an MCL. So if an MCL is available, then the GW1, 2, and GWSS will be based on the MCL. If an MCL is not available, then there will be a risk-based value. So identification of the groundwater compliance concentration is going to be the concentration detected in groundwater at the POC, at the point of compliance. So it will be the maximum COC concentration in groundwater. We do not use the 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean concentration for groundwater. We use the maximum. And again, identification of the maximum is subject to department approval. So for the screening option for groundwater assessment, we will compare the compliance concentration to our GWSS. So if the max concentration is less than the GWSS for a chemical, then that chemical is screened out and no further evaluation is generally needed. If the compliance concentration is greater than the GWSS, then the COC is evaluated further under a higher option. And again, you can't always remediate to the GWSS. Of course, that's usually an unusual situation. That's not something that is commonly done. Groundwater screening option assessments or conducted in Appendix C Recap Form 15 will help you get all that information standardized and presented in a format that's easy for your team leader to review and approve. So just a real quick assessment. We have XYZ facility. A release of acetone to soil has impacted shallow groundwater. Our most highest impacted area had a groundwater concentration of 55 milligrams per liter. That is considered our compliance concentration. Our point of compliance would be at groundwater location 1, monitor well 1. We're going to compare our compliance concentration, which is our max, to our GWSS out of table 1. Compliance concentration is 55. The limiting screening standard for acetone in table 1 is 0.1 milligram per liter. 55 is greater than 0.1 milligram per liter, therefore acetone will need further evaluation under a higher option. Poll question number 5.
All right, let me pull this up real quick. So poll question number 5. When identifying the limiting soil screening standard after referring to table 1 of recap and identifying the soil SSNI or the soil SSI based on land use and the soil protective screening standard protective of groundwater, you then select the highest of the 2 standards as the limiting soil screening standard, select the lower of the 2 standards as the limiting soil screening standard, or pick the standard that works best with what you want to accomplish with your investigation. Y'all go ahead and answer the questions. Give a few more seconds, let everybody get their vote in there. All right, we are going to go ahead and end the polling. And yes, select the lower of the 2 standards as the limiting soil screening standard. All right, June, you want to continue?
Sorry about that. Okay. Now we're going to move on to management option 1. A little more complex, more information is going to be incorporated. So let's talk about soil assessment under management option 1. So all the COC that had maximum concentrations that exceeded the limiting soil screening standard will be carried over to the MO1 assessment. So these are the chemicals that we will be focusing on in the MO1 soil assessment. Again, the soil recap standards for management option 1 are in table 2. We have a soil NI and a soil I. For non-industrial and industrial land use, they're risk-based. They're based on inhalation of volatiles that may be coming off soils and be inhaled, ingestion of soil inadvertently through hand and mouth contact, and then absorption of chemicals through dermal contact with soils. If the chemical is footnoted with an N, you may need to consider additive non-carcinogenic health effects if you have multiple chemicals that have the same target within the body, health target, or has the same mechanism of action. And we're going to refer to Appendix G, Table G1 for the health targets for management option 1 standards that are taken from Table 2. If it is footnoted with a C, it's not necessary to consider additive health effects. And we're going to get into all the health effects and adjusting or not adjusting standards later on in the talk. This afternoon, we have an in-depth talk about it because I know it's everyone's favorite topic. I say that facetiously. Okay. We also have soil protective of groundwater under management option 1. We have soil GW1, protective of a groundwater 1 zone. So if your uppermost zone was a groundwater 1 zone, that would be the value that you would select. If your uppermost zone that needs protection is a groundwater 2 zone, then you would get a soil GW2 value out of table 2, and you would need to identify a dilution factor for use with that value, and a soil GW 3DW times your dilution factor. If you're dealing with a GW3 zone that may potentially discharge to a surface water body classified as a drinking water source, and a soil GW3 9DW, and a dilution factor if you have a soil standard protective of a groundwater 3 zone with a POE that is classified as a non-drinking water source. So again, a DF2 is for dilution to account, dilution factor that accounts for dilution from COC concentrations as groundwater migrates from the point of compliance to the nearest downgraded property body for a GW2 zone, and for a GW3 zone, a dilution factor account for dilution of COCs from the point of compliance to a point in the aquifer before it reaches the nearest downgradient surface water body. Then we have a soil saturation level, which is based on the protection of resource aesthetics. We want to prevent the accumulation of free product or non-aqueous phase liquid. Because we have so much chemical in the soil, we have exceeded the capacity of the soil to bind and hold that chemical. Soil ES, which is standard for volatile emissions from soil to an enclosed structure. Let's talk about enclosed structure for just a minute. RECAP defines an enclosed structure as an occupied or potentially occupied, which means there are one or more receptors spending a significant portion of their day or work day within the enclosed structure. Structure is on a slab foundation, has a roof and walls on all 4 sides, which prevents the free exchange of indoor air with outdoor ambient air. So there are a lot of times where we have situations where we have a building, but it's not necessarily considered an enclosed structure. If you have a warehouse that no one works in, or someone may potentially just go in there for a very small portion of the day to get a piece of equipment or return a piece of equipment or something of that nature, that's probably not an enclosed structure because someone's not spending a significant portion of their time in there. If you have like a parking garage where you have doors that are open and there's a free exchange of air with indoor and outdoor air, that's also not an enclosed structure. And also a lot of these places where they rework on cars, service stations and repair places, they have big bay doors that they open during their work hours. So while people are working within that building, those bay doors are open and there's a free exchange of indoor and outdoor air. That's typically not considered an enclosed structure as well. If you have a situation where you're not really sure if you're dealing with an enclosed structure, discuss it with your team leader and they'll help you decide whether or not you need to be looking at vapor intrusion as a pathway of concern or not. In general, the soil to enclosed structure standard is applicable to soils that are present at less than or 15 feet below ground surface. This is primarily for petroleum. For chlorinated solvents, however, you can have vapor intrusion occurring from soil and groundwater sources that are greater than 15 feet below ground surface. So that's something to be mindful of. In general, when determining whether or not you need to be concerned with the vapor intrusion pathway, we define volatile compounds as those that have a Henry's law constant that is greater than 1 × 10⁻⁵ and have a molecular weight less than 200 grams per mole. So that's just kind of a rule of thumb for cutoff for knowing when you may be dealing with a volatile compound, and this could be a pathway that you need to evaluate. Also under MO1, as I mentioned earlier, background levels could be consideration depending on your constituent and where your release has occurred. Quantitation limits can come into play if you have COCs that are not listed in the table 2 and you need to calculate your own, and you find that you're dealing with something that's frequently encountered in the environment, then that's something that you may want to consider, something such as dioxins. And again, if you're dealing with TPH, there will be ceiling values. Those will be entered into table 2 though, so that's not something that you typically have to deal with as an added concern under MO1 because those capped values have already been entered into table 2 for you. So if we go to table 2, we want to identify our limiting soil standard. We're going to pick either Sol I or Sol NI. At the time you get it out of the table, you need to note if it's footnoted with an N, because if you have multiple chemicals that are footnoted with N, then we need to do some additional evaluation with regard to additive non-carcinogenic health effects. Then you need to pick a Sol GW1, 2, or 3, depending on what the uppermost groundwater classification is for that uppermost zone. If you have a 2 or a 3, then you're going to need additional information, and you're going to need to identify your dilution factor that will be applied to those to that standard. And then you need to get a soil saturation. Soil saturation is only applicable to those compounds that are liquids at ambient temperature. If it says not applicable in table 2, then that means your compound is a solid at ambient temperature, and you do not need to be concerned with the formation of free products. So soil saturation will not be something that you have to consider in the identification of your limiting recap standard. If you have a volatile that is present at less than 15 feet and it is near or under a building meeting the definition of enclosed structure, then you may need to consider the soil ES in your identification of a limiting standard. Frequently though, what I tend to do is evaluate the AOI as a whole using the Sol I or NI, Sol GW, and Sol SAT, and then I will do a separate evaluation based on what portion of my data set would most likely represent constituent concentrations in soil that may form vapors that may be part of the vapor intrusion pathway. So I kind of split that up and look at 2 things. So I kind of have a mini Sol ES AOI that I will identify, a mini portion of my data set that would be applicable. If you have data points that are at a distant grade from your enclosed structure, it's more than likely not a situation where they're going to be contributing to vapors. Bear in mind, there can always be exceptions. The vapors can travel long distances. So you kind of have to use your professional judgment and what you want to include in your Sol ES vapor intrusion AOI evaluation. You're welcome to include the entire, be safe and include the entire database if you feel that's what's appropriate. So here again is table 2. We would take a Sol I or Sol NI, a Sol GW1, 2, or 3, depending on our groundwater classification, our soil saturation, and if enclosed structure, vapor intrusion is pathway need to evaluate would also include that. We identify all those standards for our chemicals of concern at our area of investigation. We would take the lower of those 3 values. For our soil AOIC, we would calculate a 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean to use as comparison to our limiting MO1 recap standard. Rarely do we use the maximum concentration. If it happens to be that the max concentration is actually less than a 95% UCL, that means we have some kind of statistical error. You can have data sets such that either based on the number of sampling points that you have, or the variability in the distribution of your data set, you can actually get a 95% upper confidence limit that is higher than your maximum concentration. In that particular situation, you're going to need to use your maximum concentration. You do not want to use your maximum concentration when you can calculate a 95% upper confidence limit. I do see the max being used a lot of times when it's not appropriate, because it's going to trigger things that with a 95% UCL, you could demonstrate were not a problem under management option 1. And I feel sometimes that this may be because people are not comfortable, they don't understand how to calculate the 95% upper confidence limit using the ProUCL software. So that's one of the reasons we do want to offer some more insight and some training into actually using ProUCL later on, because it is something that should be included in your MO1 assessment. So to conduct an MO1 assessment, you're going to compare your soil AOIC, which is your 95% UCL, to your MO1 limiting recap standard. If the AOIC is less than your limiting recap standard for a chemical of concern, then no further evaluation is typically needed in soil for that chemical of concern. If your AOIC is greater than the limiting recap standard for a chemical of concern, then further evaluation of that COC is typically going to be needed under a higher option, or you can remediate to the MO1 limiting recap standard. And we do have recap standards for MO1 as well, forms 11 and 12. So here's an example of an MO1 soil assessment. ABC facility had a release of toluene to soil. We have done groundwater classification, and we know that the uppermost groundwater zone to be protected is classified as a GW3 aquifer. We have, through investigation or through calculation, we have determined that the thickness of the groundwater plume is 5 feet. So we have the SD of 5 feet. We're going to use that in determining our dilution factor. The distance from our source, our point of compliance, where our maximum concentration is located, has been determined to be 1,200 feet from that point to our nearest down gradient surface water body. Now, one of the ways I like to do this that I think is really easy is I get on Google Earth and I pull up my location that's being evaluated and have a rough idea of where the AOI is located within that property. And using Google Earth, you can see all of the surface water bodies in the vicinity. And once you've established groundwater flow direction, you can determine using Google Earth in that direction where your nearest down gradient surface water body is. And they have an online ruler where you can put a point at your point of compliance, run it to your point of exposure, and it will measure that distance for you. So you know the distance from your POC to your POE. So I find that to be a very useful tool. I also find it very useful for looking at surrounding land use and seeing what else is going on near the site that you may not can see when you're actually at the site or even just riding around the site. It's amazing what you can see. And there are a lot of times I can go and I take the little Google Earth man and I can put him on the road and I can look and see, is that a canopy on that site or is that actually, you know, an enclosed structure? And you can see whether or not something is an enclosed structure. So even when you're just doing reconnaissance on a site, if you haven't had the opportunity to actually go out to the site, you're just kind of looking at data and you're trying to figure out some of the groundwork before you actually get into the assessment. It's a very useful tool for gaining information of that nature. So in this particular example, our down gradient surface water body has a drinking water designation of a GW3DW, and we got that from going to the water quality regs and looking up that water body and finding out what the uses are designated for that body. So for MO1, the soil AOIC is going to be the lower of the 95% upper confidence limit on the arithmetic mean and the max. Our 95% UCL was 294. The max concentration was 530, so our AOIC will be the 294 milligrams per kilogram. So using the format that are in the Appendix C forms, first of all, our limiting recap standard, we're going to identify from Table 2. So for toluene, we have a soil I of 4,800 milligrams per kilogram. We have a soil GW3DW of 120. times our dilution factor of 173, which is based on our SD of 5 and our distance of 1,200 feet to the nearest down gradient surface water body, which gives us a final soil GW3 non-DW of 20,760 milligrams per kilogram. That means if we leave 20,760 milligrams per kilogram in the soil at the AOI, that by the time it migrates, it will reach the acceptable concentration in groundwater before, in the aquifer before it reaches that surface water body. We have a soil saturation of 520. So we have our COC, our soil I, our soil GW3DW out of table 2 times our dilution factor and our soil saturation. Our limiting recap standard is going to be lower of 4,800, 20,760, and 520. So our limiting recap standard is based on our soil saturation level, which is 520 milligrams per kilogram. Okay. So we're going to compare our AOIC, which was 294 milligrams per kilogram, to our limiting recap standard of 520. So our COC, our limiting recap standard of 520, our AOIC is 294. Our AOIC is less than our limiting recap standard, so we have no further assessment or evaluation of toluene in soil necessary based on our MO1 evaluation. So let's just real quickly before we break for lunch, let's talk about looking at the soil to groundwater pathway using SPLP data. The SPLP data should be representative of the most heavily impacted soil, which means it should be taken in the maximum concentration area. When you get your SPLP results back, which is the synthetic precipitate leachate procedure, which is a procedure where you take a soil sample and you send it to the analytical laboratory, and they take that soil and put it through a leachate process to determine how much chemical will leach out from that soil sample, which gives you kind of a site-specific evaluation of actual leaching potential from the soil at the site. That information, you'll get the results back. It will tell you in milligrams per liter how much chemical actually leached out of that soil sample that you sent to the laboratory. And you will compare it to the groundwater recap standard from table 3 multiplied by your site-specific dilution factor for that particular zone. So if you have a GW1 zone, you're going to get the GW1 out of table 3, and you're going to multiply it by a DF Summers. A DF Summers is a dilution factor that estimates how much dilution you get in that COC concentration when it partitions from being bound to that soil particle and entering the groundwater in the soil water, in the pore water. So you get a default dilution of 20. So you'll have a 20-fold dilution just as chemical leaves the soil particle and enters the water in the soil. So a GW2 zone, you will take the GW2 out of table 3, multiply it by a DS Summers DAF of 20 times the Domenico dilution factor of 2, which is based on your SD and your distance from your POC to your POE. For GW3 zone, you will compare it to the GW3 recap standard out of table 3 times your DF Summers DAF of 20 times the DF3, which is site-specific based on your distance and your SD from your POE to your point of exposure. So remember, the DF Summers default is 20, and your DF2 and DF3 are site-specific based on your SD and your distance from your point of compliance to your point of exposure. So if the SPLP results reported from the laboratory are less than the value that you determined that we just talked about, then the soil to groundwater pathway does not require further assessment. You have shown that the amount of chemical that will leach out from your soil is protective of groundwater. If the SPLP results are greater than that calculated standard, then you need to delineate the area of concern. And you can do that using SPLP, but you do have a portion of your AOI that is not protective of groundwater based on your SPLP results. Some people say, well, I have TCLP results. Can I use those to evaluate the soil to groundwater pathway? The answer is yes and no. TCLP is a more stringent extraction process. So it will actually leach more COC out of the soil than will the SPLP. SPLP is designed to mimic acid rain over normal environmental conditions under just day-to-day contact with water and soil and what would occur naturally under normal environmental conditions at the site. TCLP, on the other hand, is depicting what would occur under more acidic conditions and more harsh environments and a landfill condition and what might be leaching out in that type of environment, which is not really applicable to normal environmental conditions. So it is a more stringent extraction process. And if you by chance, your TCLP does pass this process, then you don't really need to be concerned about the soil to groundwater pathway. However, if you do not pass that screening process using TCLP, it does not mean you have a soil to groundwater problem. It means you need to go back out and do an SPLP analysis because it could be that the nature of that extraction process is overestimating what could leach out, and it may not be indicative enough to give you a good feel for whether you have a problem or not. SPLP versus your limiting recap standard. If you're going to evaluate the soil to groundwater pathway using SPLP, you no longer use the soil protective of groundwater recap standard in the identification of your limiting standard. It's one or the other. It is not both. So your SPLP evaluation replaces your soil to groundwater recap standard. I can't tell you how many times people will keep looking at soil to groundwater, and I'll say, but you passed SPLP, but I'm still flunking the soil to groundwater recap standard. Yes, that was the whole purpose of doing SPLP. The SPLP evaluation typically supersedes the use of the soil to groundwater. So that part of the evaluation falls out of the picture. You're evaluating the soil leaching to groundwater pathway using another type of evaluation. So let's just run through a real quick example. We have XXX facility. It had a release of chlorodibromomethane to soil. The upper groundwater zone is classified as a GW3 aquifer. The nearest down gradient surface water body has a non-drinking water designation, so it's a GW3 9DW. The thickness of the first groundwater zone is 4 feet, so our SD is 4 feet. The distance from our POC to our nearest down gradient surface water body is 1,760 feet. If you go to the Appendix H dilution factor table, you will find that you have a DF3 of 440. Our SPLP result was 16 milligrams per liter. So we're going to compare that SPLP result of 16 milligrams per liter to our GW3 9DW, which we're going to get out of table 3, our Summers dilution factor of 20, times our site-specific dilution factor of 440 that we determined based on site characterization. So we're going to have 5 times 10 to the minus 3, which out of table 3, that's our GW3 9DW, times 20, which are our DF Summers, times our site-specific Domenico model dilution factor of 440. That gives us 44 milligrams per liter. So 44 milligrams per liter is our SPLP value that is protective of groundwater. Our SPLP results, the lab told us only 16 milligrams per liter leached out. So 16 is less than 44. So that means that the soil concentration is protective of groundwater and that the soil to groundwater pathway for this particular COC does not require further assessment.
Okay, well, let's end this with the poll question, and then we will head out to lunch. Let me pull this up. Okay, so which of the following is true regarding using SPLP data to evaluate the soil to groundwater pathway? And it's multiple choice, so go ahead and select all that you think apply. A, SPLP data should be representative of the least impacted soil, minimum concentration. If SPLP results are less than the groundwater recap standard, then soil to groundwater pathway does not require further assessment. If SPLP results are greater than the groundwater recap standard, then you must delineate the area of concern. Finally, if the SPLP evaluation replaces the soil protective of groundwater recap standard. So go ahead and select all that you believe are true. Okay, got a couple more votes coming in here. I'll give just a few more seconds. All right, we're gonna end the polling. Okay, so the first answer, SPLP data should be representative of the least impacted soil area. That is false. If the SPLP results are less than the groundwater recap standard, then the soil to groundwater pathway does not require further assessment. Yes, and that is true. If the SPLP results are greater than the groundwater recap standard, then you must delineate the area of concern. Well, you definitely still have to, you have an issue at the groundwater, the soil protective of groundwater standard. So you would need to evaluate that further. And the SPLP evaluation replaces the soil protective of groundwater recap standard. And yes, that is correct. This SPLP evaluation is a more specific way to look at that. All right, so it's 11:40. I think we are gonna break for lunch. We'll reconvene at 1 o'clock. And just as far as the question and answers, the Q&A, I see everyone's still putting in question. That's great. We are gonna try to get to them at the end of the webinar. We wanna just kind of, make sure we have time for all of June's presentation. So at the end, we'll get to what we can. What we can't, we will look at and try to respond to those at a later date. And we'll send to the attendees. So, all right, I will see everyone back at 1. Thank you. All right, good afternoon, everybody. Give it a couple more minutes and let everyone get back on, and then we'll begin.
Okay, welcome back. We're going to start back with talking about management option 1, groundwater assessments. The chemicals of concern for the MO1 groundwater assessment will be those chemicals who had maximum concentrations in groundwater that were greater than the GWSS out of table 1. So in table 3, we will have the MO1 groundwater recap standards. The GW1 recap standard is applicable to GW1 zones. It will be based on the MCL if there is a maximum contaminant level under the Safe Drinking Water Act available for that compound. If not, it will be risk-based, which means it will be calculated based on exposure through drinking water and inhalation of volatiles during household uses of water. If it is footnoted with an N, it means it was based on non-carcinogenic health effects, which mean you may need to adjust for additivity if you have multiple COCs in your assessment that are footnoted with an N. And there's no dilution factor applied to the GW1 because it has to be met throughout the zone. For GW2 zones, we have a GW2 recap standard. It too will also be based on the MCL, and if an MCL is not available, it will be based on a calculated risk-based standard for drinking water and household use of water. If it is footnoted with an N, means it's based on non-carcinogenic health effects, and you may need to adjust for additivity if multiple chemicals are present, just like for GW1. And for GW2, you do get to account for dilution from your point of compliance to the property boundary where a neighboring property could install a well and be using the water for drinking or household purposes. We have GW3 DW and GW3 non-DW. These are environmental fate and transport standards. They are not risk-based standards directly, only indirectly. Their purpose is to prevent discharge of COCs to surface water via groundwater migration. They do not need to be adjusted for additivity. They are not strictly risk-based. They are environmental fate and transport standards. You can apply DF3 dilution from the point of compliance to the POE, which was considered to be surface water body. And there's the water solubility, which is applicable to all 3 zones, groundwaters 1, 2, and 3. And it is for the protection of accumulation of free product when water solubility is exceeded. So it is there for to get an idea if there could potentially be the presence of free product or NAPL associated with the concentrations being detected in groundwater. We have GW Air, which is a standard that defines the acceptable volatile emissions from shallow groundwater to ambient air for the inhalation exposure pathway. Typically, it is applicable to soils less than or equal to 15 feet below ground surface. Whoop. Jump the gun there. The GWES is a standard for volatile emissions from groundwater to an enclosed structure. As we talked about with soil, enclosed structure has a definite definition under recap. So when you're looking to see if you need to evaluate the vapor intrusion pathway, if you could have a volatile emission to enclosed structure, indoor air pathway, make sure that you are meeting this definition and that indeed it is a concern that needs to be addressed. In general, the GWES is applicable to soil less than or equal to 15 feet below ground surface for petroleum. If you're dealing with chlorinated solvents, you can have vapors that can cause vapor intrusion issues at sources that are greater than 15 feet below ground surface. So keep that in mind. In general, we describe volatile with a rule of thumb of a Henry's law constant greater than 1 × 10⁻⁵ and a molecular weight less than 200 grams per mole. And you need to meet both of those descriptors in order to consider it volatile. Again, quantitation limits can come into play when you have calculated risk-based standards that are lower than analytical quantitation limits. Background levels can be a consideration in certain circumstances. And another thing to be mindful of, if you have a GW3 zone and you have the GW3 times your DF3, and it's less than the GW2 without the application of ADAPT, just less than the GW2 in the table, then you're going to want to evaluate that as a GW2. And the reason for that is we don't want to protect non-usable water more stringently than we would protect water that has a beneficial use, such as a domestic water supply. So if you go to table 3, you will see a listing of groundwater limiting groundwater recap standards, GW1 for groundwater 1 zone, GW2 for groundwater 2 zone, GW3. GW1 and GW2 are risk-based standards, so you will need to note if they are footnoted with an N, because if you have multiple chemicals, again, additivity may come into play, and you may need to adjust those values downward depending on what combination of chemicals you have. Also, if GW2 is footnoted with times DF2, then that means that you are able to apply a dilution factor to your standard for application back at the POC. GW3, note if it is footnoted with the DF3, so that you know if you can use a dilution factor account for dilution from the POC to the POE. And then we have water solubility, which is to prevent the accumulation of free product, GW air, and GWES. If you have a volatile present in shallow water or under conditions that might produce vapors that could result in vapor intrusion. So what we do is we pick the applicable standards, what type of classification you have for the uppermost zone to determine if you choose 1, 2, or 3. Water solubility is always evaluated regardless of classification. And then GW air and GWES, depending on what CFCs you have there and the depth of your aquifer, and also what if you have any vapor intrusion concerns with the presence of an enclosed structure and the type of compounds you have. So pick what's applicable to the concerns that you're addressing at your site, identify all of those standards, and pick the lowest standard to conduct your recap assessment with for groundwater. So we have here in table 3, we have our chemicals listed in the first column in the CAS numbers. Here are the standards for a GW1 zone, standards for a GW2 zone, standards for the GW3 zones, depending on how the downgraded surface water is classified, either as a drinking water or non-drinking water source. S is your water solubility. Then you have groundwater to enclosed structure, non-industrial, and groundwater vapors to enclosed structure, industrial. Groundwater vapors to air, ambient air in a non-industrial setting, and groundwater vapors to ambient air in an industrial setting. So depending on your land use and depending on what concerns you have, if you have volatiles in shallow groundwater or in situations that may result in enclosed structure issues, and then your groundwater classification. Pick those applicable standards, and from those you will select your limiting recap standard for your assessment. Your compliance concentration for groundwater will always be your maximum concentration. It will never be your 95% UCL. So remember that. That's what you'll be looking for. That will be the concentration at your point of compliance. Under management option 1, groundwater assessment, you will compare your compliance concentration, your max concentration in groundwater, to the groundwater limiting recap standard. If the compliance concentration is less than the standard for COC, then there's no further assessment necessary for that COC. However, if your max is greater than your limiting recap standard, then you would have to proceed to a higher option. If you're dealing with a GW1 zone and you exceed, you might as well start planning for remediation, because there really aren't any options for a GW1 zone under the higher tiers of assessment. Under MO2 and MO3 for groundwater 2 and 3, you can go to management option 2 or 3 and calculate a site-specific dilution factor, and that may give you a little bit better site-specific evaluation of groundwater, potential for groundwater movement and constituent migration under site-specific conditions. The management option 1 groundwater assessment, the form for submitting that information is Appendix C Recap Form 16. So here's just a quick, simple groundwater 1 assessment. We have a groundwater 1 zone. We had a release of benzene from JXJ facility. The zone is located 50 feet below ground surface. It had an SD of 5 feet. Distance to the property boundary is 1,400 feet. Distance to surface water is 3,200 feet. And surface water is classified as a non-drinking water source. I give you all this information so that you can be aware what information is actually relevant to the evaluation of a GW1 zone. Since we aren't using dilution factors, it really doesn't matter what the SD is, and it doesn't matter what the distance is to any particular point away from the site, because we have to meet that standard throughout. So there's no dilution factors. The fact that it's located 15 feet below ground surface is important because benzene is a volatile constituent, and more than likely you would not be concerned about migration to ambient air. And for benzene, you probably also would not be concerned about vapor intrusion to an enclosed structure. So for groundwater data, we have a point of compliance at monitor well 1 because our maximum concentration in groundwater is 0.06 milligram per liter of benzene at that location. So here's our example. We go to table 3. We find out that our GW1 for benzene is 5 times 10 to the minus 3 milligram per liter. Water solubility is 1800. Of course, the 5 times 10 to the minus 3 is the lower standard, so that's the standard we would be applying, comparing to the concentration detected at the point of compliance. So our compliance concentration was 0.06 milligrams per liter. It's definitely higher than 5 times 10 to the minus 3, so groundwater would need to be remediated. And note that the POE is throughout groundwater, so that would be necessary to, before you could receive no further action to meet that 5 times 10 to the minus 3 throughout the entire AOI. Here's an example for a groundwater 2 example. We have JXJ facility. It had a release of benzene to a GW2 zone, 30 feet below ground surface with an SD of 10 and distance to the property boundary of 1,400 feet. That's important because that's where our POE is for a groundwater 2 zone. So we need to know that the SD is 10 and the distance is 1,400 feet to the property boundary so that we can identify our DF2 value to multiply our GW2 from table 3 from. So we have a monitor well 1 is our point of compliance. We have a concentration of 0.6 milligrams per liter as our compliance concentration. We're going to identify the limiting recap standard for a GW2 zone out of table 3. The GW2 is 5 times 10 to the minus 3 times a DF2. Our DF2, based on our distance and our SD, was 124 out of the default dilution table factor in Appendix H. When we multiply 5 times 10 to the minus 3 times 124, we get 0.62 milligrams per liter. The water solubility is 1800. The lower of those two values is 0.62 milligrams per liter. So that is our limiting MO1 groundwater recap standard. We're going to compare that to our compliance concentration of 0.6 milligrams per liter. That is below. So our compliance concentration is slightly below our limiting recap standard. So there's no further action at this time for benzene and groundwater. However, a conveyance notice will be needed until groundwater throughout that aquifer meets 5 times 10 to the minus 3 on that property so that there's no restrictions on use of that groundwater and within the property boundaries. We have JXJ facility had a release of benzene to a GW3 zone. It's located 10 feet below ground surface, has an SD of 5 feet. Distance to the property boundary is 1,400 feet, which is not relevant. Distance to surface water is 3,200 feet, which is relevant. And our surface water body is classified as a non-drinking water source. So we have a GW3 non-DW. Our groundwater data indicates that at monitor well 1, we have a concentration of 61 milligrams per liter. So that's our compliance concentration. We go to table 1 and we look up the limiting recap standard for a GW3 non-DW, and it's 1.3 times 10 to the minus 2 milligrams per liter. We're going to multiply that by a dilution factor of 440, which was identified in the dilution factor lookup table based on our SD and our distance from the POC to the POE. So 1.3 times 10 to the minus 2 times 440 gives us 5.7 milligrams per liter. We also have water solubility value of 1,800 milligrams per liter that needs to be considered. And because we have groundwater that was present at 10 feet below ground surface with a volatile, we need to look at the GW air of 390 milligrams per liter to ensure that there are not volatile vapors coming up off that shallow groundwater and creating inhalation concern for people who may be working or doing other activities above that plume area. So our MO1 GW limiting recap standard is the 5.7. You compare 5.7, 1,800, and 390, and the lowest value is 5.7. So we're going to compare our compliance concentration to our limiting recap standard. Well, in that GW3 zone, we had 61 milligrams per liter as a maximum concentration, and that exceeds the 5.7 milligrams per liter. So we will need to evaluate the situation further under MO2 or MO3. If you have a chemical that's not listed in tables 1, 2, or 3 detected at your site, then screening standards and recap standards should be derived in accordance with Appendix H. And Appendix H spreadsheet is given for you right there, a link to that Excel spreadsheet. All contaminants are regulated under recap. There are a lot of people who submit recap assessments, and chemicals, if they are not listed in the table, they're under the impression they're not regulated. That is not at all the case. When those tables were constructed, we chose those chemicals that are most likely to be encountered at sites in Louisiana. The ones most commonly seen by team leaders within the remediation division selected that list, and we included those chemicals in the lookup tables. However, if you have something that is detected that happens to be on your analyte list and it's not in the table, you do need to provide standards for those, and you need to carry it through both the soil and groundwater assessments. Your analyte list should include all chemicals known or suspected to be present at the AOI based on current and past land use conditions, including any breakdown products, especially like when you're dealing with the chlorinated solvents. If you've got tetrachloroethylene at the site, you're also going to sooner or later have trichloroethylene, dichloroethylene, and vinyl chloride. So you need to be mindful of those and keep those on the radar as well. Also note, there are no recap VOCs, there are no recap metals. No. That has just kind of some colloquial terms that have kind of come about that people will say, you know, analyze these samples for the recap metals. No, analyze them for all metals that may potentially be at your site. That's the way it should be done, because all metals would be regulated. All VOCs that may be present at your site would be regulated.
Hey, June,
Yes.
before we go on, I'm saying this on behalf of Dwayne. Can you repeat that one more time, just to make sure everyone understands about it? Just because it's not on the tables doesn't mean you can ignore it.
Yes,
Say it one more time.
I will emphasize it one more time. Any chemical that may potentially be present at the site needs to be evaluated with regard to risk to human health and the environment. These tables are just a subset of chemicals that are most frequently encountered at sites in Louisiana, and those are the ones that are included in the recap document. Just because it's not in the table does not mean it does not need to be assessed. It does. It just means you're going to have to do a little bit of work because the numbers aren't conveniently present for you to look them up under screening option in MO1. Under MO2, you're going to have to calculate for all chemicals anyway, but people rely pretty heavily on tables 1, 2, and 3, but that's not the end of the story. Most of the chemicals you need to evaluate will be in those tables, but be mindful there are some chemicals that are not commonly found that may be present at your site or breakdown products of them, and those will need to be addressed and evaluated under recap. They will be included in the final designation for the site. So if they're not evaluated, then you may not be adequately assessing your site, and you may not have acceptable conditions as you think you might if you haven't evaluated a comprehensive list of chemicals.
Perfect. Just wanted to make sure everybody really heard that point, that, you know, you just need to make sure you're evaluating everything that's actually at your site. Thank you.
Yes. And if you're not sure, a lot of times I'll say, well, gee, I'm not sure what all they used in these processes. I do a search on the internet and go through and find out what chemicals are involved in what industrial processes or whatever might have been going on at that site, because I'm not knowledgeable in all kind of processes that take place. And it really doesn't take long to get on the internet and find out what potential chemicals could be present at your site. And it's very important you include them in your initial analyte list. And after you've done some sampling and you have a pretty good idea of what's at the site, you may want to narrow your analyte list down once you have a good feel for what chemicals have been documented to be present and which ones are not. Another thing that, while I'm on this topic, when you run 8260 or 8270, all of the chemicals included as analytes on those particular methods should be reported to the department. You should not cherry pick which ones you want reported from the laboratory and only submit that information. That is not something that the department is fond of at all. We do see that from time to time where people will say, only report these 5 chemicals. And I want you to run 8270, but only report these 5 chemicals. No, the purpose of these assessments are to make sure that these sites have contaminant levels that are present at safe levels. And if we're not looking at everything that could be there, then we're not achieving that goal. So let's do full analyte list when we run these and report them all. Also, I think it's very helpful to have J values reported. I know labs do not automatically report those anymore. You have to request them, but they can be very useful. They can be very useful for ruling out chemicals, and they can be very useful for knowing that you have something at your site that you were not anticipating. Maybe even if at trace levels, and you may need to do a little bit more work to find out if it's something of significance at your site or just an incidental finding. But that's another piece of data that I think is very useful in understanding fully what your chemicals of concern are at your site. Let's talk about management option 2. As we move up the ladder, again, under management option 2, it's restricted to soil and groundwater because, as I mentioned earlier, that's pretty much the 2 media that get evaluated the most. Industrial and non-industrial land use, the most common land uses that we evaluate as well. Under management option 2, we have the same recap standards as we have under management option 1. It's just that there aren't any lookup tables. There's only 2 recap standards that can be used under management option 2 that are not available under the other options, screening option in MO1, and that is the SOIL NI PEF and SOIL I PEF. And PEF stands for particulate emission factor, and that may be when you need to evaluate high fugitive dust emissions. So it may be that you have a high dust situation that could present an inhalation hazard, and you feel as though you need to capture that pathway because you feel like it's significant at a site. This comes into play when they're doing a lot of soil movement. It may be that you want to apply those during some type of air monitoring event when they're doing excavation activity for remediation and you're near a neighborhood or something of that nature and you're concerned about inhalation of those particulates. So that option is available under MO2. Soil recap standards are developed using site-specific geotechnical data in accordance with Appendix H. There's some good guidance in there on what type of information you can use with regard to soil properties. The most current toxicity values should be used when you calculate MO2 values. Don't pull your toxicity information from recap. Some of those values may not be current. I encourage you to pull those from other references, and we're going to talk later on about where you can get those values from. The GW, the groundwater recap standards, can come from Table 3. However, you can use them with site-specific dilution factors. So you can use the spreadsheet we have available for site-specific Domenico models to calculate site-specific dilution factor. Soil and groundwater assessments will follow the same exact steps we talked about in MO1. The only difference is there's no lookup tables. You're calculating site-specific MO2 recap standards, but the steps to conduct soil and groundwater assessments are exactly the same as we just talked about in MO1. So we won't go back through those again. Types of data that you can use under MO2 with regard to soil properties. Source size is a big one. And why this is important is it determines the volatilization factor. It's important in the dilution factor. Source size, the greater the source size, the greater volatilization you're going to have, the greater the exposure. The greater the source size, the greater you're going to have concentrations in groundwater, and the longer distances it's going to take for them to dilute out. So source size is very important governing factor of the recap standards. Fraction of organic carbon is also very important. We assume a default of 0.006 under recap. So getting a site-specific fraction of organic carbon, you may find that chemicals aren't as mobile at your site if you have a higher fraction of organic carbon, and indeed soil saturation levels may be higher, soil protectable groundwater levels might be higher. It doesn't frequently affect soli and solini. It can though with volatility. If you have a higher organic carbon content of the soil, then compounds won't be quite as volatile in those soils as they would be under assuming the default fraction of organic carbon of 0.006. Soil particle density, water-filled soil porosity, and dry soil bulk density also parameters. And all you have to do is get a soil sample, send it to a geotechnical lab, and they can give you all this information. I've seen these parameters make a significant difference in vapor intrusion evaluations, as well as things like soil saturation. If you think about it, if you exceed soil sat under MO1, really the only option you've got to get past that is to go to MO2 and get some site-specific soil parameters such as fraction of organic carbon and do a site-specific evaluation. If that's your limiting standard. So that's the suggestion I would make there. Fraction of organic carbon. The soil sample should be collected from an area of non-impacted soil that is representative of the soil conditions at the AOI. I can't tell you how many times people will just pick one of the samples that they took for chemical characterization and run FOC on it. There's a problem with that. Chemicals are made up of organic carbon, and they will contribute to the FOC, so they will artificially bump up the FOC. So the test can't distinguish between how much of it is chemical contamination and how much of it is naturally occurring organic carbon in the soil. There's two methods of analysis that are used for that. Heat loss on ignition, where you get an FOC equal to the organic matter. You take that information in that percentage form and divide by 174. And then for total organic carbon, SW846 method 9060, the FOC gives you total organic carbon, and you divide that by 10 to the 6th. Now going back to the ASTM method 2974, we've had some confusion with this. There were some consultants that had suggested to a laboratory that they go ahead and divide by 174, and they actually put it into their SOP. And so what we came to find out after further research, that different labs were reporting things different way. FOC is unitless. And when you ask for a method from the laboratory, you should ask for ATSM D2974. Don't put FOC on there. And it should be reported back as the percent organic matter. That's what it should be. The result should be in percentage, and it should be labeled as organic matter. The user of the data then takes that value, organic matter percentage, divides by 174 to convert it to the unitless fraction of organic carbon. So there's really been a lot of confusion with that, and it concerns me because we don't know what labs are altering that value in what way. We're getting FOC, fraction of organic carbon, presented as a percentage, and it's not. We see it presented in other units as well, and it's kind of difficult at that point in time to understand what your analytical result actually represents and what you need to do to convert it to a fraction of organic carbon. My understanding is that with geotechnical laboratories, it is reported routinely as organic matter percentage, and that some of the other laboratories have done these other reporting methods, and it's created a little bit of confusion in that. So do be mindful of that and make sure that you are doing those calculations correctly and that you know what your data represents. So geophysical parameters should be collected from an appropriate location. So first of all, an area that's not affected by the release, and you want it to be a lithological unit that is most representative of the impacted soil interval at the AOI. In other words, we want it to be the same type of soil that the AOI is comprised of, but just not affected by the release, so that you can take that site-specific information and do calculations with it. Site-specific data should be entered in the Appendix H spreadsheet for the calculation of MO2 recap standards on the soil property and QC tab. So when you go to the spreadsheet, you will pull up this tab, and you can enter information in all the aqua blue areas. So if you have fraction of organic carbon, you just click on this. You can take out the 0.006, and let's say your site-specific value is 0.02, you would type in 0.02. When you click off of this particular tab, all of the other recap standards will be recalculated based on that site-specific value that you entered. But any of these parameters, site-specific soil parameters, can be entered here. Your source length and width are entered here, and it would automatically do all those calculations for you and give you your site-specific recap standards based on the information that you input. And again, we'll try to do a training later on where we calculate standards for recap for chemicals that aren't in recap, and we do some MO2 assessments and show you how to get the most out of the spreadsheet when you do your site-specific evaluations. So here's just an example of benzene, where we had a site-specific FOC of 0.02. And what I did was I put a comparison of the values down here. So this is what your Sol Ni, Sol I, etc., what your recap standards are using the default of 0.006. Here's using a site-specific FOC of 0.02. You can see your Sol Ni goes up from 0.79 to 1.3. Your Sol I goes up from 1.6 to 2.6. Soil protective of groundwater for 1 and 2 zones goes up from 0.011 to 0.029. GW3 goes up. Both of these. Soil saturation goes up from 900 to 2400. So if that was your limiting standard, that would be quite a big jump. And also the Sol ES I will also go up, because this is based on volatilization and how much chemical will bind to soil or be available for volatilization. So that's just to kind of give you a feel for how going to MO2 with just one parameter can give you a little bit change in your standard. So if you have an MO1 standard and you're really close, it could be well worth your time to go and get this additional information and calculate some site-specific values. Also, recap has site-specific MO2 evaluations for typical UST sites. They're included in Appendix I. I'm not going to talk a lot on this. I just wanted to kind of give an overview in case we have some really new people who are not familiar with recap, and really this is 101 for them, and this is the first time they're seeing some of the stuff, just to make you aware that there are MO2 assessments, because most typical UST sites have the same types of releases, the same COCs, the same types of environmental situations that need evaluations. So in order to keep from repeating the same type of assessments over and over again, we created 16 category tables. So there are lookup tables for 16 different categories depending on the fraction of organic carbon and the area of the source area, how large the source area is. And all of these tables are present in Appendix I. So this is kind of what it looks like. We have the source length of 30 feet, which is a typical tank size area, 65 feet, 100 feet, and 145 feet. So that's the source length. And then we have the fraction of organic carbon, 0.006, 0.01, 0.02, and 0.03. So if you had a source length of 65 feet and you had an FOC of 0.02, you would use the tables in category 11. So those would be site-specific recap standards calculated based on these two parameters, these two site-specific parameters. So it's kind of a do-it-yourself, easy look-up MO2 assessments for UST sites that can be very useful when you're evaluating those types of sites. We also will apply those in certain situations to very small gasoline or diesel releases that may fit into that structured program. So on some situations, it may be that those lookup tables could help you if you had a very small release of a petroleum product that would fit into those category tables. And now we are at poll question number 7.
All right, thanks, June. So poll number 7, excuse me. Examples of site-specific data that may be used under management option 2 include, once again, this one's multiple choice, so go ahead and click on any of them that you think may be used under MO2. We have source size, fraction of organic carbon, soil particle density, water-filled soil porosity, dry soil bulk density, and all of the above.
And while people are answering that, I just wanted to point out, one of the things we try to work with our brownfield grantees on is really working to see if doing that additional analysis with an MO1 or an MO2 might help, prevent you from having to go to remediation. And I know one of the things we've heard back from consultants is that it's sometimes a hard sell with whoever the developer is with that. It's kind of hard to explain to them that it might be cheaper for them to do this additional analysis now versus remediation later. But that's one of the things that the Brownfield program is trying to emphasize is, looking at the data, seeing when that might be appropriate, and when that might be a better way to go in order to prevent it from having to go to remediation, which would be normally more costly. So just something to keep in mind when you're trying to get your clients on board with this. Something to keep in your back of your head is just this additional analysis. So if you get a report that just compares the results to screening standards, if you're a brownfield grantee, you might want to ask your consultant, hey, if we did this additional analysis, do you think that would help? So just kind of want to point that out to y'all.
All right. So I think we give a couple more seconds. Make sure everyone's in there. Get your vote in there so you can be counted. All right. I'm going to go ahead and shut it down then. And yes, all of the above can be used under management option 2. Since I think we're doing pretty good on time, June, so let's try to catch up on just a couple of questions. We'll just do a couple of questions and try to kind of get to this list a little bit. Okay. So kind of keep with what we were just talking about. So when screening a site, if the chemical is not listed in tables 1, 2, and 3, but there is an EPA standard, can the EPA standard be utilized, or should they still derive a screening standard under recap?
No, the EPA screening levels are developed using different methods and protocols than recap. So you would need to develop a screening standard or recap standard using the Appendix H spreadsheet. In a little while, I will talk about when it may be appropriate to use EPA's protocol instead of recaps.
All right, let's just do one more. Kind of going back to you talking about using the entire 8260 list of analytes. So if this is a gasoline UST site, should we be reporting the entire 8260 list instead of just BTEX and MTBE?
And when you're evaluating a known release like gasoline, you know what volatiles you're going to have there, and that's kind of a different situation. I was talking in general when you're going out to a site. I guess the concern that I'm trying to address is, for example, there was one site I remember where there were PAHs, and they only looked at 2 or 3 of them. And then they went back and they had the lab only report 1 of them. And then come to find out we needed information about another one. So they called the lab to report yet another PAH. That's not really the way to go about environmental assessment. If there's something there, we want to know about it. We don't want you looking for things that you know aren't going to be there. If you have a gasoline release, you know what the composition of gasoline is. The COCs are well defined for gasoline, and in accordance with Appendix H, which we'll talk about in just Appendix D, which we'll talk about in just a little bit, we have defined COCs that you need to look for. I'm talking about sites in general. We want to see what's available. If there are things being detected out there other than what you think might be there, we want to know about them.
All right, that makes sense.
Yeah.
We'll try to get to the rest of these later on after, so if you want to continue.
Okay. Management option 3 at the top of the tiers. Management option 3 is site specific all the way. There are no lookup tables for MO3. It will require the incorporation of site-specific environmental fate and transport data. Site-specific exposure data can be used where it is considered appropriate. And by that, I mean, typically that would be an industrial type of setting where you may have workers in an area at a reduced exposure frequency or duration. Typically not residential. Most residential areas, we assume that people are there for the typical exposure, default exposure scenario that has been created for risk assessment purposes. There could be exceptions to that, but they're not frequently, we'll just say that. And you always want to make sure that you're overprotective rather than underprotective, especially when you're dealing with a residential setting where you have children that could be present and other sensitive receptors, such as people who may not be as healthy or older people and that sort of thing. It should use the most current toxicity values that are available. All media, sediment, biota, etc., can be addressed under management option 3. Although there may not be set protocols in Appendix H, there are methods that are available in the literature. There are methods available from EPA to approach these various media, and you can work together with your team leader for coming up with the most appropriate approach for that. Also, we have toxicological staff that can help you with that, in addition to the team leader. MO3 assessments can involve very sophisticated modeling, particularly groundwater modeling. That's where sometimes they get into using 3D models and that sort of thing. Management option 3 assessments can be very complex assessments. They don't have to be, and they aren't necessarily always, but the more complex assessments tend to be MO3 assessments when you're dealing with complex uptake and bioaccumulation type of pathways. MO3 assessments do require work plans before they are conducted. So you should put forth a work plan that has as much detail as possible, any assumptions and approaches and models or anything else that you may be doing. Submit that to the department ahead of time for their review and their comment and their input, because these are very complex assessments. They can be very time and resource, take a lot of time and a lot of resources. And you want to make sure that when you do embark on one of these, that you're on the right track, and that when you get to the end of the assessment, that everyone is in agreement in the path that you took to get there, so that you don't have to redo anything. So for management option 3, you need to use the most current risk assessment methods and protocols, most current exposure information, whether it be site specific or whether it be default recommendations. So let's talk about some of the miscellaneous topics under recap. These are areas that I felt deserve just a little bit more time and consideration and discussion. And if you have any questions about any of those, please feel feel free to bring them up and we will try to get to them before the day is over. So just a couple of things I wanted to point out. Appendix B is where site investigation requirements are discussed. It's very important that the site investigation be conducted in accordance with Appendix B. It's really very disheartening when you find out that you've spent a lot of time and effort and money to collect data and it does not meet the requirements of RECAP, and the department will not accept it for use in your assessment, and you have to redo some of the work that's already been done. Section 2.3 of the text also will talk a little bit about site investigation requirements, but the bulk of the information is in Appendix B. So please be mindful of that information before you go out and conduct any work in the field. Section 2.4 of the document talks about data QA/QC requirements. There are certain requirements that need to be met in order for the data to be considered acceptable under RECAP. There's also a section that talks about data evaluation and data usability. Data should be not taken necessarily at face value, but there should be some level of evaluation, such as looking at reporting limits to make sure they were adequate in relation to RECAP standards or screening standards, and make sure that the data are usable for their intended purpose, that there was nothing that happened during the analytical process or during the sampling process, because you can get artifacts of the sampling process, the analytical process, where you could get some detections that may not be site related. Those are things that you want to know. You can have matrix interferences where there may be chemicals that are present at your site, but for some analytical problem, they're not being picked up, and you can work with the laboratory to see if those issues can be overcome. So it's important to be sure that the data that you're working with and using to conduct your assessments are representative of site conditions. You wouldn't want there to be some kind of laboratory blank that, picked up a chemical from something that was an artifact that had nothing to do with your site, and you're evaluating as though it were actually present at your site. So it's really important to make sure that we have a list of data, know what COCs are at your site, and that we're evaluating them, and that we're confident of the data and the decisions that we make on it. Appendix F has aquifer testing and has a discussion on how to conduct this test to determine what your groundwater classification is. Not my area of expertise, so I really can't go into that, but as I mentioned, we're hoping to have a webinar series on groundwater issues in the future. Sampling work plans. I want to remind you once again, I know we discussed this early on, but Keith Horn, who's very knowledgeable, will be presenting a webinar on August the 10th from 9 to 11:30 on how to develop an effective sampling plan for RECAP investigation. Very knowledgeable, and I'm sure if you'll spend that time with him, you will learn a lot of useful information that will be of help to you in the future. Just wanted to bring that to your attention. Additivity. I would say without a doubt, hands down, this is the #1 thing that people struggle with RECAP assessments, and probably accounts for the majority of notices of deficiency with regard to conducting these assessments. So I thought it would be worth our while to spend some time on that this afternoon and see if we can clarify some of these issues and make this a little bit easier for you to conduct these additivity assessments. So I'm going to take a step back. I get accused of trying to turn people into toxicologists. I promise it's not what I'm doing, but we need a little bit of background information so that you can understand additivity and why it's important. And you need to understand some of the methodology and the procedures behind the scenes to understand why we do this. The toxicity values that we use to calculate RECAP standards, they are developed in a certain manner, and they have a certain purpose, and they give us certain information that we need. So reference doses, a reference dose is for oral exposure, a reference concentration is for inhalation exposure. These are used for the evaluation of non-carcinogenic toxicity values, and therefore for the development of non-carcinogenic RECAP standards. When we calculate RECAP standards, if there are reference doses and reference concentrations, as well as carcinogenic toxicity values, we develop a value for both of the standards. So we'll have a carcinogenic and a non-carcinogenic standard. The lowest of the two values is the one that will actually go into the table, and that's the that we will actually use, because if we use the lower one, then we're being protective of both types of health effects. If a compound only has non-carcinogenic health effects, then it will be put in the table as a non-carcinogenic recap standard. The reference dose and the reference concentration toxicity values define a protective or an acceptable exposure level, which means the daily exposure level that is likely to be without an appreciable risk of adverse health effects during a lifetime. And it is based on the most sensitive health effect that occurs. So when you're exposed to a chemical that produces non-carcinogenic health effects, EPA works through what's known as the concept of threshold. So there is supposedly and there is a level of exposure that is safe. Long as you stay below the level where the body can compensate for the exposure you're receiving and maintain everything normally throughout the body, it's able to metabolize and remove that compound or keep it below that threshold of where you see that first sensitive health effect. If we can stay below that threshold, then you're going to be protective. So the idea is there's a quantitative threshold that's been calculated based on available toxicity information, which is what the reference dose and the reference concentration represent. If your exposure level stays below that, then you're not expected to ever have adverse health effects exposed at levels at or below that level. And that's based on the most sensitive health effect. And what I mean by that, as we increase exposure, increase exposure, what's the first thing that goes wrong in the body? What's the first adverse health effect we see as we continue to slowly increase exposure? That's what we call the sensitive health effect. So if we can stay below the level that causes that sensitive health effect, then we can prevent more serious health effects from occurring. So that's kind of the concept of threshold. So that's why it's going to be important when we're exposed to more than one chemical to stay below that threshold. Because if you have exposure to just one compound and you set your recap standard based on the reference dose and reference concentration for that one compound, you're going to stay below that threshold and you aren't going to have adverse health effects. You're never going to reach the level where you see that first sensitive health effect occurring. So that's our goal. So the next step is the hazard quotient. The hazard quotient is a quotient of exposure over the reference dose or reference concentration. So long as that ratio is 1, that means your exposure is equal to the reference dose. If your hazard quotient is less than 1, it means your exposure is less than the reference dose. And this is important because we use the hazard quotient in calculating the recap standards. It's what sets exposure equal to acceptable exposure. So we use a target hazard quotient of 1 when we calculate recap standards and screening standards. And when we put a hazard quotient of 1 in that equation, we're setting that equation to calculate exposure being equal to the reference dose and give us a corresponding concentration in soil or groundwater that is safe, that is acceptable, that is protective. So therefore, a risk-based screening standard or recap standard represents a protective level of COC in soil or groundwater. Now, for the screening standards, the reason we don't have to adjust for additivity is because we use a target hazard quotient of 0.1. That means we're setting the exposure to 1/10 what is acceptable. So we don't have to worry about additivity for the most part, unless you would have a very large number of compounds that acted exactly the same. And we're going to get into that in a minute. So here's an example. For soil NI for 1,1-biphenyl, the recap standard is 2,900 milligrams per kilogram. So what does that mean? That means if 1,1-biphenyl is present in the soil at 2,900 milligrams per kilogram, then that is protective of kidney effects associated with exposure to soil in a residential setting. So that's what that means. That's how you can interpret soil NI. But what if 1,1-biphenyl, pyrene, 1,2,4,5-tetrachlorobenzene, and fluoranthene are present in residential soil at concentrations that meet the MO1 soil NI? What if? Would the exposure levels be acceptable? Well, when we take those compounds and we look them up, we find that they all have a target of the kidney. So here's our compound, here's our soil NI. Our AOIC meets our soil NI. However, here's our hazard quotient. We have a hazard quotient of 1 for 1,1-biphenyl. We set exposure equal to our reference dose. For pyrene, we have a hazard quotient of 1. For 1,2,4,5 tetrachlorobenzene, we have a hazard quotient of 1. For fluoroanthene, we have a hazard quotient of 1. When we add that up, the total hazard quotient for the kidney is 4. That means because those compounds all act on the same target in the body, there's actually 4 times the acceptable exposure coming to the kidney because it's coming from 4 different places instead of just one place. So we have 4 chemicals contributing to potential damage to the kidney instead of just one. Because when we calculate a recap standard, we're assuming exposure to just one compound because we don't know what combination of chemicals will be at a site, and each site will be different. So that's why when we have a situation like this, where we have 4 compounds that are based on non-carcinogenic standards, and they have an N biome in the table, we need to stop and take a look and see, hey, do any of these compounds affect the same targets? And if they do, then we need to take care of this situation. And in order to do that, we're going to adjust the standards downward. So here we have each of our compounds. If we decide to give 1/4 of the acceptable exposure to each of the compounds, that's the same thing as if we calculated each of those standards using a hazard quotient of 0.25. So if we recalculated that the Sol Ni for each of these compounds using 0.25 instead of 1, it would be the same exact thing if we just divided the recap standard by 4. So we are lowering each of these down so that 1/4 of each of the acceptable exposure is coming from each compound. So our AOIC, in order to meet it, has to come down to 1/4 of what it originally was in this example. So that means for our hazard quotient, 1/4, our exposure is 1/4 of what's considered acceptable for 1,1-biphenyl, 1/4 of what's acceptable for pyrene, 1/4 of what's acceptable for 1,2,4,5 tetrachlorobenzene, and 1/4 of what is considered acceptable for fluoranthene. But when you're exposed to all of them at the same time, it adds up to a total hazard quotient to protect the kidney of 1. So that means the exposure to the kidney is meeting the acceptable safe level of exposure for protecting the kidney. So that's why it's important that you look at the non-carcinogens. It's not a math problem. This is not math. This is actually going in and looking at what these compounds do, what these recap standards are protective of, and making sure that we aren't having extra exposure due to multiple chemicals that make those recap standards not protective. So that's kind of the theory behind it, rather than it just being a math problem. And I think that's where people get off base and end up with making some mistakes. So the only risk-based standards are adjusted to account for potential additive health effects. So that would be the Sol Ni, the Sol I, the Sol ES, and GW1, 2, GWES, and GW air, because these represent media where we have actual exposure. Here it's outdoor air, here it's indoor air, actually soil, actually groundwater. The other standards are not directly risk-based standards. They may have incorporated into their development risk-based standards, but they are not actual standards. You'll notice I have MCLs here. We typically do not adjust MCL since it is a promulgated EPA standard. It was considered an AROR, and we don't usually adjust this downward unless we have multiple chemicals and feel like it is necessary for the protection of human health. Screening standards, as I said, unless you were to have more than 10 chemicals that affected the same target, you would not need to adjust these downwards. And that's not something that would frequently happen. In a very large site with a large number of chemicals, you might want to check that before you screen something out. But in general, most typical sites we look at, that's not an issue. So how do we identify that critical effect or that target, that health target in the body? Well, you can't just pick up any reference book and look them up. The key is it has to be the basis of that reference dose, because that whole study that was conducted to come up with the safe levels of exposure for the reference dose and the reference concentration that are all hinging on what that most sensitive health effect was, which would be the target organ or the system. So it has to be the target organ of the system listed as the basis for the reference dose and the reference concentration that were used to develop the recap standard or the screening standard. For MO1, you would go to recap, Appendix G, Table G1. Those are the target organs that correspond to the toxicity values that were used in the development of the screening option and MO1 standards. For MO2, you're going to be developing your own standards. So therefore, when you look up the reference dose and the reference concentrations in IRIS, Integrated Risk Information System, or the PPRTV, which is the provisional peer-reviewed toxicity values, or HEAS, the Health Effects Assessment Summary Tables, or other reference, when you get those values out of those reference databases, be sure that you get the information regarding the target organ in the system or the critical effect that is the most sensitive effect that those toxicity values are protecting against, because you're going to need those in your evaluation of the potential for additivity if you have multiple compounds that cause non-carcinogenic effects. So to go about doing that, the first thing we do is identify the target organ. Then we're going to group our chemicals based on what their target is. Then we're going to take the recap standards and we're going to adjust them based on the number of COCs that affect the same target, just like in the example I showed you previously with the kidney. So here's just a quick look at Table G1. Here are the compounds and here are the critical effects for each of those compounds. If it says not applicable, then it means that that compound was not evaluated for non-carcinogenic effects. Also, you'll notice like benzene is here. Typically, you do not need to worry about that. You're not going to adjust the carcinogenic value, and most of the recap standards for benzene are going to be based on the carcinogenic value. If you were to have many, many chemicals and there were others that had non-carcinogenic effects, and you have carcinogens that are also contributing non-carcinogenic effects in a very complex assessment, you may need to do a more in-depth evaluation of additivity. But for typical sites that we look at, that's not necessary. That some of the carcinogens that have non-carcinogenic effects are included in here, but if there is a C by that recap standard in the table, then you typically do not need to be concerned with adjusting for additivity, because what you would do then is you'd have to look up the non-carcinogenic value for benzene, adjust it for additivity, compare it back to the carcinogenic one, and use the lower of the two. So that's basically how you would use this information. So here's a simple additivity example. We have acetone, cadmium, chlorobenzene, and 1,1-dichloroethene present in residential soil. And all of these recap standards are based on non-carcinogenic health effects. So we're going to be using the soil NI. So the first thing we want to do is identify the health effects in Appendix G, Table G1 for each of these compounds. So for acetone, we have the liver and kidney. For cadmium, we have kidney. For chlorobenzene, we have liver, and 1,1-dichloroethene, we have liver. So you can see we definitely have additivity going on between these four compounds with regard to the targets that their reference doses and reference concentrations protect against. So let's just summarize it. For the liver, we have acetone, chlorobenzene, and 1,1-DCE. So we've got three-way additivity there. We have three compounds contributing to potential toxicity that are associated with the liver. For the kidney, we have acetone and cadmium. So what we would do to adjust downward under MO1 is we would take the soil NI for acetone and we would divide it by 3. Notice it's listed under both of these. You do not need to divide by 3 and then by 2. You divide by the highest divisor for a compound, because by the time we divide by 3, acetone by 3, we're going to definitely be protected for the additivity to the kidney, even with cadmium being there. So we're going to take acetone and we're going to divide by 3. We're going to take chlorobenzene, sol NI, divide by 3, and 1,1-DCE, sol NI, and divide by 3. Then we're going to take cadmium, sol NI, and divide by 2. Then we will have hazard quotients, total hazard quotients, that's going to indicate that we have acceptable exposure to both the liver and the kidney after we make these adjustments to these recap standards. So we go to table 2, we look up the soil and I for acetone, cadmium, chlorobenzene, and 1,1-DCE. So then we're going to divide acetone by 3, cadmium by 2, chlorobenzene by 3, 1,1-DCE by 3. And here are our adjusted recap standards. So that when someone is exposed to all 4 of these compounds, we're not expected to be adverse liver or kidney effects associated with simultaneous exposure to all 4 of these compounds at the same time. So this is called equal apportionment, where we say that we're going to divide our hazard quotient of 1.0 equally among all of the compounds, which is what we did before. Let's see. See, we gave equal weighting to acetone, chlorobenzene, and 1,1-dichloroethene. And we did the same thing with cadmium. But you can also do what's called site-specific apportionment of recap standards, or the target hazard quotient, however you want to look at it. This is a little bit more complex math, and a lot of people are skeptical of this approach. So I just wanted to show how it works and what the concept is behind it. I'm not going to necessarily explain how to do it, but just so that when you do hear about site-specific apportionment, you understand the concept. So here we have equal apportionment, which is like the last example I just gave you. We have barium, toluene, and biphenyl. They all affect the kidney. So because if they're being exposed at the soil and I, as it appears in the table, their target hazard quotient is going to be 3, because each one brings to the table a total hazard quotient of 1, which is acceptable exposure for each individual compound. Exposed to 3 compounds, you get 3 times the exposure. So we're going to give equal weighting to barium, toluene, and biphenyl, and we're going to either recalculate the numbers using a target hazard quotient of 0.33, 0.33, and 0.33, which is the same thing as dividing each of the recap standards out of table 2 by 3. And here are our adjusted standards: 1833 for barium, 226 for toluene, 996 for biphenyl. So let's talk about site-specific apportionment. Got the same situation going on. I have the same 3 compounds, same target, got the same exceedance of the target hazard quotient for exposure to all 3 chemicals at the same time. Here's my table 2 soil and I of 5,500, 680, and 290, just as before. But instead of giving equal weighting to each of them, I decide that I'm going to give 80% of my hazard quotient of 1 to toluene. I'm going to give 10% to barium and 10% to biphenyl. So then that's going to give me adjusted standards that look quite differently than the ones we had with equal apportionment. But note, my total hazard quotient is still 1. My total hazard quotient is still 1. So these values are just as protective as these values. You can see the barium number is much lower. The biphenyl number is much lower. But my toluene number is higher. It's almost twice as high. Why would I do that? Well, maybe I don't have much barium and biphenyl at my site, and I don't really need these high recap standards. Maybe I could get by with lower standards. Maybe toluene is what's giving me trouble, and I need it to be a little bit higher than 226. So by doing site-specific apportionment, I can finagle the numbers a little bit and still be protective. So let's just look at that. So here's my soil NI with equal apportionment. Here's my AOIC, which is an example that I made up. Well, I'm okay for barium and I'm okay for biphenyl. As a matter of fact, I got a lot of leeway here and here, but I'm busting toluene. Whereas if I come over here and do the site-specific apportionment we just talked about, then I have barium, my AOIC is lower than my standard. My toluene for additivity in a manner that's based on site-specific conditions as opposed to using the equal apportionment. Don't know what that surprise was. I'm telling you, we were geeks today on electronics, but we seem to be having a much better afternoon. Okay, so that's just to show you so you understand what site-specific apportionment is. Some people are very skeptical of it. As a toxicologist, I'm perfectly comfortable with it because I'm a numbers person and I know how to work the numbers. Okay, let's talk about additivity for GW1 and GW2. There's a discussion of this in Appendix G, if you'd like to do some more reading on it. Include all the non-carcinogenic COCs when you're identifying targets. If there's no current exposure, then we're going to adjust the GW1 and the GW2, just as we just talked about. However, if we have GW1 and GW2 recap standards based on the MCL, we're not going to adjust that MCL downward if there's no exposure going on. People become very unhappy about lowering MCLs, especially if there's no exposure. And those are EPA established Safe Drinking Water Act values that are protective. So if exposure is occurring, we're going to adjust GW1 and GW2 recap standards based on non-carcinogenic effects. For GW1 and GW2 based on MCL, if we feel it's necessary, and this is something that the department will discuss and work with you on, whether or not it's necessary to calculate recap standards for non-carcinogenic effects for those compounds based on MCLs to see if indeed the MCL is protective or if we need to make other adjustments with the values and the compounds that we're working with. So just be aware, GW1, GW2, or because we have MCLs incorporated as standards within the protocol, that it may take a little bit different tactic to determining what the appropriate values might be in light of those values. Okay, let's talk about an enclosed structure additivity. People kind of get messed up with this, so just think about it. Where is exposure occurring? With indoor air vapor intrusion situations, the exposure is occurring where? In indoor air. It's not occurring in soil and it's not occurring in groundwater. It's occurring in indoor air. So the first thing we need to look at is we have chemicals coming from soil and we have chemicals coming from groundwater in this example. The only ones that are going to get to indoor air are what? Which ones? The ones that are volatile. The ones that are not volatile aren't going to be in indoor air. They aren't going to be COCs that are going to require adjustment for additivity. So our exposure medium is indoor air. So which compounds meet the definition of volatile? Remember, Henry's law constant greater than 1 times 10 to the minus fifth and a molecular weight less than 200. So we have toluene and ethylbenzene in soil, and we have chlorobenzene in groundwater. So our COCs for indoor air are toluene, ethylbenzene, and chlorobenzene. So we're going to look up the targets for each of those 3 compounds in Appendix G1, and I've got them listed out here. And we see we do have some additivity going on between the liver and the kidney. So when we group those by target, we will see that for the liver, we have toluene, ethylbenzene, and chlorobenzene. So we're going to divide each of those soil ES and GWES by 3. So just for additivity. Additivity for carcinogens. Screening standards and recap standards are based on a target risk level of 10 to the minus 6. Just how we had to set the exposure level acceptable to the target hazard quotient of 1, which set our exposure equal to our reference dose and our reference concentration, which defined how much we could be exposed to safely throughout a lifetime. Same thing happens with carcinogens, except since EPA says there's technically no safe level of exposure, what we do is we set our exposure level equal to what we consider an acceptable risk level, a level that is negligible, that's insignificant, which is 10 to the minus 6. And so we set it at the lower end of the range that's considered acceptable of 10 to the minus 6 to 10 to the minus 4th. So 10 to the minus 6 is a risk of 1 in a million. 10 to the minus 4th is a risk of 1 in 10,000. So 10 to the minus 6 is the lower end of the risk range. It's the more protective, conservative end of the range. So if you're exposed to multiple chemicals that are present at the recap standard based on a target risk of 10 to the minus 6, you're still going to have a total cumulative risk level that's well within that range of 10 to the minus 4 to 10 to the minus 6. So if you're exposed to 10 chemicals that had recap stand at the recap standard, and each of the recap standards were based on 10 to the minus 6, your total risk would be 10 times 10 to the minus 6, which would be 1 times 10 to the minus 5th. So you would be right in the middle of the acceptable risk range, well protected within that range. So typically, it's not necessary to modify standards to account for exposure to multiple carcinogens or even multiple impacted media. You would have to have over 100 chemicals to get into the 10 to the minus 4th risk range, which I've been to some pretty bad sites, but I can't say that I can recall a site that had over 100 carcinogens that we were looking at cumulative exposure to. So typically carcinogens, because of the way EPA evaluates them with that range and what's considered an acceptable exposure level, we've got some flexibility. Unfortunately, with non-carcinogens, the way the references and the reference concentration are derived and what they represent and the way they protect, we don't have that flexibility. So we do have to adjust, but for carcinogens, we do not. So if you get a recap standard out of the table and it has a C by it, it means it's based on carcinogenic effects and you do not need to adjust for additivity. Okay, when you're getting your toxicity values for calculating your MO2 and your MO3 standards, or for perhaps even an MO1 standard for a chemical that doesn't happen to be in tables 2 and 3, or our screening standard in table 1, there is a recommended hierarchy of sources that you need to use to get those values. The first place you need to look is EPA's Integrated Risk Information System. That is the best values that are available. They've undergone the most peer review, they are the most defensible, and they are the preferred source of information. If you cannot find a value in EPA's Integrated Risk Information System, then you'll need to go to EPA's PPRTV database and look there. If there's not a value there, then we have to get creative. We'll look at EPA and other non-EPA sources that may include Agency for Toxic Substances and Disease Registry. The California EPA has quite an extensive database. However, they do a few things that are not consistent with EPA that makes me a little bit uncomfortable. They classify some compounds as carcinogens that EPA does not and that DEQ does not. There's the health effects assessment summary tables. They are not really in favor much anymore, but there are a few values you may find in there that you can't find anywhere else. If you get into a situation where you're having difficulty finding a value in the tier 3 sector, feel free to contact someone at the department, especially someone in Tox Division, such as Dana Shepard, Carolyn Bourne, or me, Carolyn Mathis, excuse me. Whew, I dated myself there. Also, I'm available. We'll be more than happy to help you look for sources of information and help you find a toxicity value. And if none exists, we will help you find a surrogate toxicity value that can be used for that particular compound. And we've even been known to help review and look through data for proprietary type of chemicals to look for toxicity studies that have been conducted that are available in the literature to help consultants develop toxicity values. So if you need help in that category, when you get into some of the more unusual things, do feel free to reach out to the department, and we will be more than happy to provide our knowledge and expertise and experience. And we'll also help pull our hair out with you also sometimes. Sometimes there are no answers and it's difficult to find some values that you need. But anyway, we are here to help. You can use revised toxicity values, and they should be used under MO2 and MO3. Unfortunately, screening standard and MO1 recap standards, you cannot recalculate them using revised toxicity values because they are actually promulgated standards So they are considered regulation and we can't change them until recap is updated and repromulgated. However, if it's a CUC not in tables 1, 2, or 3, and you're doing an MO2 or MO3, in all those circumstances, you are pretty much required to use the most current toxicity values. Toxicity value and values in use in the Appendix H spreadsheet. Just another little kink that appears to be math. When you're entering the toxicity values and the slope factor and reference dose tabs, slope factors are the toxicity values for carcinogens. And as I said, reference doses and reference concentrations are for non-carcinogens. The oral slope factor and the oral reference dose you can enter as they appear in those databases, IRIS and PPRTV. However, they're going to present the reference concentration instead of an inhalation reference dose. So what you're going to have to do is take the reference concentration, which will be in milligrams per cubic meter. You're going to have to multiply it by 20 cubic meters per day, which is the default inhalation rate, and divide by 70 kilograms, which is the default body weight, to convert it to units in milligram per kilogram per day, which is the units that are required for the spreadsheet. For the inhalation unit risk, which is the carcinogenic inhalation toxicity value, it's in units of risk per microgram per cubic meter. So to convert that risk to units of risk per milligram per kilogram per day, you're going to multiply the value out of IRIS or PPRTV by 70 kilograms, divide by 20 cubic meters per day, and then you're going to multiply by 1,000 micrograms per cubic meter before entering the value into the spreadsheet. That was a mouthful, but you will be able to refer back to this the slide and get the secret formulas for making those conversions. And we are poll question number 8.
All right, thanks, June. So poll question number 8, pull that up. Okay, poll question number 8, true or false? Only risk-based recap standards are adjusted to account for potential additive effects. True or false? Or a third answer, depends on what works best for you. And I think, June, if that's okay, maybe we'll take a short little 10-minute break after this. Okay. All right. Give about 10 more seconds for everybody. Go ahead, get your answer in there. All right, I'm shutting down polling. And looks like our majority answer is true, which is correct. So yeah, it's 2:23. Let's take about just a 10-minute break for everybody to kind of stretch and, you know, walk around, answer some emails, wake up, get some coffee, So yeah, I'll meet y'all back here about 2:33. Thanks.
We use the TPH fraction indicator method. So petroleum hydrocarbon releases are assessed based on the identification and quantitation of indicator compounds and hydrocarbon fractions, which are smaller mixtures of petroleum releases that occur. So the CUC for petroleum releases are given in table D1 of Appendix D. And the TPH fraction indicator compound approach is the one used in recap is from the TPH criteria working group, which is one of the early approaches that were developed for looking at petroleum hydrocarbons. Initially, Massachusetts was the first state to develop that method, and they worked in conjunction with the TPH criteria working group, which was made up of people from industry, the expertise from Shell on environmental fate and transport, the Shell West Hollow Technical Center in Houston. And then in New Jersey, they had a toxicological group that also worked. Their toxicologists contributed. The Air Force was heavily involved. They had toxicologists, EPA was involved, and many other states were also participating in meetings that were occurring and putting this approach together. The good part of having industry come to the table is they had access to proprietary information, particularly toxicological information regarding various petroleum mixtures and fractions. And so that greatly enhanced the database for developing an approach like this, because there really wasn't much available in the literature, and most of those studies are done for the company's own purpose, their proprietary information, and they just aren't available for the public. So some of that information was able to be incorporated, and a lot of the environmental fate and transport information also came from studies that had been conducted in some of their laboratories. So very useful information. But for petroleum hydrocarbon, indicator compounds basically include those compounds that we know are present in these mixtures for which we have toxicological information. In other words, we have reference doses and we have slope factors to evaluate these through a risk assessment process. Mixtures are very difficult to look at from a risk assessment standpoint because they are a mixture of hundreds or maybe even thousands of individual compounds. And mixtures will behave differently in the environment than individual compounds. And particularly mixtures like total petroleum hydrocarbons undergo a process called weathering, where over time the composition and therefore the toxicity of that mixture changes over time. Compounds will behave differently. Some will absorb to soil, some will leach to groundwater, some will volatilize to air. And as these processes continue over time, the whole composition of the mixture changes. So it's kind of an interesting situation to try to fit into such a prescriptive risk assessment process. And this is one way where it allows us to do an evaluation of these types of mixtures with regard to protection of human health and the environment. So the indicator compounds most frequently looked at are things like BTEX, which are in gasoline, PAHs, which may be in diesel and some of the heavier oils, metals, which could be present in things like used oil that have been in a motor where they over time pick up metals off the surfaces of the engines and contaminate those used oils. And then there are additives that get included in gasolines to enhance the performance. So all these things are taken in consideration, but they are specific compounds are constituents that we can look at and evaluate in a typical risk assessment process. On the other hand, there's a whole bunch of other compounds we can't do that with. And so basically what has been done is group those into small mixtures of hydrocarbon compounds. So they've been divided into two basic structures, aliphatics, which are straight chain compounds, and aromatics, which are ring structures. Then they're further divided by the number of carbons, because smaller molecules behave differently in the environment than do larger compounds, and also same thing from a toxicological standpoint. So these are the hydrocarbon fractions that are defined for the risk assessment process in aliphatics and aromatics, going from very small light mixtures to heavier smaller mixtures. So we also have TPH mixtures. The ones that I previously talked about, these we refer to as fractions. These are hydrocarbon fraction. A fraction is a smaller portion of the mixture. And by mixture, I'm referring to the more non-specific analysis we do by 8015, method 8015, which is TPH gasoline range organics, TPH diesel range organics, and TPH oil range organics. So the smaller ones for gasoline from about 6 carbons to 10 carbons, diesels from about 10 to 28 carbons, and anything greater than 28 can be oils. Even oils and lube oils and heavy and thick oils can go up to even 50, 60 carbons. Those are a little bit more difficult to deal with. Yes, they can be assessed, and there is some information available. So if you do have a release of a petroleum mixture that has higher end carbons in it, if you contact the department, we can work with you on that. But typically, we do not see those types of releases often. So if you go to table D1 and appendix D, it will identify which COCs you need to focus on for various types of releases. If there's a release that you're dealing with that's not listed in table D1, if you contact DEQ, your team leader or the tox group can work with you on coming up with a list of compounds that you may need to be looking for. So here's just a quick glimpse of table D1. Here are the indicator compounds, and here are fractions, and here are mixtures. And if you have a gasoline release, you would look for benzene, toluene, ethylbenzene, and xylene. If it was an older release where tetraethyl lead was used in gasoline, then you would want to include lead as a COC. If you know of particular additives such as MTBE, MIBK, MEK, any of those that happen to be associated with a gasoline, there are even some others that aren't in this table that were used historically, then those would be identified as constituents. And then for gasoline, you would look at the fractions, aliphatic 6 to 8 and 8 to 10, aromatics 8 to 10, or if you were using a different analytical approach, if you're using 80-15, you would look at TPH, gasoline range organics. The advantage of using the aliphatic and the aromatic fraction approach is you have higher quality data generated by the fractionation method as opposed to the 80-15, which is more non-specific. You can get a lot of false positive with 80-15 data, whereas the aliphatic and aromatic has a cleanup step which will remove a lot of confounding constituents and components that may be in the sample. And it also is giving information with regard to the structure of the compound, whether it's a chain or straight chain, or if it's aromatic, and also the size of the molecule. So this gives you a lot more information about the material that you have in the environment that you are addressing. And it can tell you more about the expected toxicity and expected fate in transport as opposed to the higher mixtures. And just to give you an idea of how we go about coming up with the toxicity values for TPH, G, D, and O, or GRO, DRO, and ORO, the larger mixtures, we calculate recap standards for all of the fractions that comprise that particular mixture. And because we don't know what portion of this mixture is made up of each one of these fractions, we conservatively assume that everything you get back for TPH DRO is the most toxic of the fractions, which is 650. So if you were going out to evaluate a site, would you want to get TPH DRO data where you have to meet 650 for the total amount of petroleum that you detect? Or would you rather do the fractionation method where you have more specific data with regard to structure and size of the fraction, where you would evaluate each of these as an individual chemical and have an individual recap standard for each of the fractions? Now, what a lot of people will do is go out, do TPH DRO. If they don't get the answer they like, then they go back and they do the fractionation data. I can say that the 80-15 data, the TPH, GRO, DRO, and ORO is less expensive analytically, but then getting the fractionation data. However, I'm not so sure that it's going to save you anything in the long run, because I think you get a much more thorough evaluation. I think that it shows ways that you can defensively leave higher concentrations of petroleum behind at a site and show that they are protective of human health and the environment, as opposed to the TPH mixture data. So I think more and more people are realizing that the fractionation data are much more effective for assessment and decision-making processes as opposed to the mixture data. It's taken a while, but they're finally getting there. So the analytical methods, as I said, we have 8015B, an equivalent method is Texas 1005. For fractions, Texas has a method and also Massachusetts. Massachusetts was the first one to have a method. The volatile petroleum hydrocarbons and the extractable petroleum hydrocarbons. So this would be more of the volatile fractions, and this would be more of the heavier, larger fractions. PAHs recommend that you use 8310 or 8270. Once upon a time, 8270 could not get the reporting limits necessary for the PAHs, whereas 8310, which was HPLC, could get lower detection limits than the GCMS. But nowadays, 8270 is plenty adequate. I don't think many people really use 8310 anymore, but for a while it was an option. If you have very heavy in hydrocarbons, such as a lube oil or a heavier in type of mixture, there are other methods that are available. Like for water, there's 1664, which is more of an oil and grease method. And then I think it's 9071B for soil. So although they don't give you as I guess, accurate information as fraction data does, it will give you an indication of mixture data type information with regard to this heavier end. If you have fractionation data and you have 8015 data, so let's say you go out and you take a sample at location 10 and you come back and your mixture data is higher than your recap standard, and you decide you want to fractionate and get more precise information on what petroleum hydrocarbons are present at the site and reevaluate using fractionation data, and you go back to the same location and you get a few more samples and you come back and you do fractionation data and it shows that you don't have a problem. Anytime you have data for the same location that is both mixture data and fractionation data, the fractionation data will supersede the 8015 data. So it will replace that data because it is higher quality data and it yields more information about the contamination at the site than the 8015 data. It's very non-specific. 8015 analysis will actually give you a TPH reading for things like pine needles. You can get a very high reading because just of the presence of the carbon there. So TPH, table D2, will give you the physical chemical properties for the fractions. You can't find those just anywhere. Table D3 will give you the reference doses and the target organs with the critical effects for additivity purposes. These are only available from the TPH criteria working group series of documents. They are not in Irish. You can't find them anywhere else. Table D4 gives you the critical effects and targets for all petroleum COCs. And don't forget with TPH, we have an aesthetic cap of 10,000. Rather than having a soil saturation, water solubility, we have just a cap of 10,000, which is a historical value that's been used for quite some time. I will just mention there is now, EPA has a TPH approach very similar to the indicator fractionation approach in the PPR-TV database. And you will see that being incorporated into newer versions of RECAP when we get RECAP updated. But one thing they do not provide for you are physical chemical properties of fractions. So it's very useful information that the TPH criteria working group put together back around 2000 or so. So additivity in TPH. It's just a tiny bit more complicated than it is under normal circumstances. First of all, let's talk about the 10,000 cap. Do not adjust the 10,000 cap for additivity. It is not a risk-based number. It is not a risk-based number. I see this done very frequently as a mistake. What you have to do is go back into the Appendix H worksheets where these numbers were actually calculated before they were put into tables 1, 2, and 3. You need to identify the risk-based value, adjust the risk-based value to account for additive health effects. If the adjusted value is less than 10,000, then you use the risk-based value. If the adjusted value is greater than 10,000, then you continue to use the 10,000 ppm as your recap standard. So here's an example. For aliphatics 12 to 16, the soil I is 10,000 milligrams per kilogram based on the cap. The risk-based value from soil I in Appendix H is 38,000 milligrams per kilogram. So what you would do is adjust the 38,000 for additivity. If that adjusted value was greater than 10,000, then continue using 10,000. If your adjusted value is less than 10,000, then you would use the calculated adjusted risk-based value as your soil I. When you're working with additivity with TPH fractions, because there was not toxicological data available for each individual fraction that gets evaluated with this approach, we have to sort of make some adjustments. There was information for aliphatics 6 to 8, but aliphatics 8 to 10, 10 to 12, and 12 to 16 were all evaluated in a toxicological study using a mixture from 6.8 to 6.16, C16. So technically, when they conducted that particular test and developed that reference dose, automatically during the testing, additivity was accounted for between these three fractions. That means that we no longer need to adjust for it when we're using the standards because it's already been adjusted for. So if you had C8 to 10, 10 to 12, and 12 to 16 detected, you would not adjust for additivity between the three of those. And then the same thing is true of the aromatics from 8 to 16. Additivity has already been accounted for between those three fractions. So you do not need to adjust for additivity if any combination of those three are present together. So let's just do an example. So in soil, we have ethylbenzene, and we have aliphatics, C8 to 10, 10 to 12, and 12 to 16. So we're going to identify our targets. Ethylbenzene is the liver, the kidney, and developmental or field effects. For aliphatics 8 to 10, we have the liver and the hematological system. Aliphatics 10 to 12, liver and hematological system. Aliphatics 12 to 16, liver and hematological system. But when the reference dose was developed for these fractions, additivity was accounted for. So all you actually have is additivity between ethylbenzene and the fraction C8 to C16. So you only have additivity here for 2. So you would divide ethylbenzene by 2 and each of these by 2, not by 4. So if we counted them individually, 1, 2, 3, 4, we'd be dividing by 4, but that's the wrong way to do it. Additivity between these three has already been accounted for in the development of the reference dose. So we just have additivity between ethylbenzene and aliphatics from 8 to 16. So we would divide by 2. So here's the example. We would pull up the MO1 soil NI standards from table 2, and we would divide each of them by 2. And those would be our adjusted standards for that particular example. Here's a TPH additivity example for gasoline. This is a release to non-industrial soil. We had BTEX, aliphatics C6 to 8, aliphatics 8 to 10, and aromatics 8 to 10. That's what our COCs would be according to table D1. So let's look at our targets and identify them for each of our compounds. For benzene, it's a carcinogen, so we do not have a target organ or critical effect. For ethylbenzene, we have the liver, the kidney, and developmental effects. For toluene, we have the liver, the kidney, the central nervous system, and nasal epithelium. For xylene, we have increased activity, decreased body weight, increased mortality. For aliphatics, C8 to C6 to 8, the value in the table is 10,000, which is the cap. So I went back into Appendix H and got the risk-based value of 1,200. And that was based on protection of the kidney. We have aliphatics 8 to 10, the liver and the hematological system. And for aromatics 8 to 10, we have decreased body weight. So we're going to group those. For the liver, we have 3 compounds, ethylbenzene, toluene, and aliphatics 8 to 10. For the kidney, we have 3 compounds. For developmental, we have 1 compound. For CNS, we have 1 compound. Nasal epithelium, we have 1 compound. Hyperactivity, we have 1 compound. So we have no additivity for these health effects for mortality, increased mortality, or hematological system. So the only place we have additivity is for the liver, the kidney, and for decreased body weight. So we would need to take ethylbenzene, toluene, aliphatics 8 to 10, and aliphatics 6 to 8, and divide each of those by 3. And we would come down here for xylene and aromatics 8 to 10, and we would divide by 2 for decreased body weight. And there you have it. There's our divisors. We're taking our MO1 Sol and I out of table 2. We're dividing by the appropriate divisor that we determined on the previous page and make our calculations. And those are our adjusted standards for this particular gasoline release. Okay, here's an additivity example for Sol gasoline release. We have a Sol NI, Sol GW, and a Sol SAT. These numbers we've gotten out of table 2. Keep going. Look at that. And you take your adjusted value here, your Sol GW, DW times your DF3, excuse me, and your Sol saturation, and you just take the lower of each value of each. 1.5 would be your limiting standard, 230, 227, 90, 4,000, 400, and 325. And those would be the values that you would be using to evaluate your gasoline release. So let's talk about non-traditional parameters and the TEQ for dioxins and PCBs and PCBs. All of these compounds require just a little bit extra consideration. Non-traditional parameters are kind of difficult to evaluate. And this includes things like chlorides, sulfates, pH, anything for which there aren't toxicity values, and you can't evaluate them through the normal risk assessment approach and protocols like we've been talking about this afternoon. Evaluation of these types of compounds is highly dependent on professional judgment. They're almost always MO2 or MO3 assessments because they just don't fit in the box, and because you do need a lot of professional judgment. So what basically you do when you're looking at these types of situations, you try to see what is available. What information do I have available with regard to protection of human health and the environment? What kind of information is available in the literature? What kind of references are there that I can use to get focused on where I need to take my assessment? So we want to protect health. We want to protect ecological receptors. If we're in a situation where livestock, crops, or vegetation could be at risk or have been damaged, those are things that we need to take into consideration. We want to also prevent migration and cross-media transfer. We want to protect any beneficial use there is of the medium or aesthetics of that medium. We want to protect structures. And what I mean by that is if you have a release of a caustic or an acidic agent in a subsurface, that can be very corrosive on, say, an industrial facility. If you have underground lines or other structures that would be susceptible to coming in contact with that, that's something that needs to be considered. Soil saturation as well, and solubility. Odor and taste thresholds. If something is getting into a drinking water source, even though it may be safe to drink it, if it doesn't smell good or it doesn't taste good, people are not going to want to drink that water. So that's going to be an unacceptable outcome. So you do need to be mindful of odor and taste. And as a matter of fact, if you'll notice in table 3, I believe, you will see that there are odor and taste thresholds that have been used for some compounds. I think, if I'm not mistaken, MTBE, it's either odor or taste, that is actually the threshold is lower than the risk-based value, such that it's a driving factor in cleaning up that compound. And also visual considerations. If it doesn't look good, then it's probably not a good environmentally sound decision to make. Chlorides and sulfates, if you have them in groundwater, like shallow groundwater, and you're worried about potential discharge of surface water bodies, such as in a GW3 zone, and you need to set a standard to protect against that migration, you can go to the surface water regulations and you can find chloride and sulfite standards that have been set for the various segments of water bodies. And you can use those to back calculate and get an idea of what might be acceptable at your site from a groundwater perspective. So that is one approach that can be taken with those two compounds. When you're looking at dioxins and furans, I know these aren't really common COCs that we deal with. However, there seems to be more frequently reporting of dioxins being detected in various media and the need to evaluate them. And this is just kind of a quick run through of how you go about doing that. There are not toxicity values available for the various dioxin and furan congeners or chemicals. A congener is just a different form of the same type of compound. They have different levels of chlorination, and they're referred to as congeners. So basically what's been done is there are toxicity equivalent factors that define the relative toxicity of each of these various congeners relative to the most toxic congener, which is 2378 TCDD, which is the compound you think of when you hear the word dioxin. It's the most toxic of all the compounds. So what you do is, for all the other congeners that are detected, you take their concentration and you multiply them by their TEF factor, and you convert it to an equivalent concentration of 2378 by doing that. So you do that for each congener based on its specific TEF factor, and then you sum all of those together and it will give you a concentration, an equivalent concentration, we call it a equivalent TEQ, of what the concentration would be and the toxicity, what it would be if it were all 2378 TCDD. So we're taking these congeners, dioxins and furan congeners that we don't know much about other than their relative toxicity to 2378 TCDD, and we're converting their concentrations into the environment to an equal concentration and toxicity for dioxin. And we sum them up because their effects are additive. They all act in a similar manner. And we compare it to the 2378 TCD recap standard, which, by the way, is not in the recap tables. Is something that you would have to calculate using the Appendix H spreadsheet. One thing I will briefly mention to you for TCD, the recap standards calculations, EPA only has toxicity values for the non-carcinogenic effects of dioxin. And they have made the statement that they feel as though the use of the non-carcinogenic assessment is equally protective of carcinogenic effects as well. However, there is a California toxicity value and there's an OHEAST value for carcinogenic effects for TCDD, and you will see those used from time to time. As a matter of fact, EPA's Mid-Atlantic Regional Table, they do use California's toxicity values for calculating the TCDD recap screening standards. The other thing I would point out is EPA and DEQ use the 2005 WHO toxicity equivalent factors. And I gave you a reference here of how to find those. Sometimes when you ask, when you have dioxins and furans analyzed, the laboratory will generate a TEQ. And you see that and you think, oh, good, it's already calculated. I don't have to fool with it. Not so. I learned this the hard way when I couldn't get my numbers to work out. There's actually a different set of TEFs that the laboratories use, and they're referred to as the international TEFs. So the values that they calculate are not useful for anything you're doing when you're working with EPA or when you're doing a recap assessment. You must use the WHO, the World Health Organization toxicity equivalent factors instead of the international toxicity equivalent factors in order to comply with RECAP. RECAP submittal requirements. We just wanted to throw this out and make a note of it. They are mentioned for each option in RECAP. There is a list of them, and I've given you the references here. This is because we get a lot of RECAP assessments submitted to the department that do not include all of the required information, which will result in notices of deficiency. So by quickly going to these reference pages and looking at the requirements for each option, you can see what will be expected by your team leader with regard to submittal requirements. Now, there are times when there are certain site conditions where all of those requirements might not be necessary, and your team leader may grant exceptions to those. That's something that should be agreed upon and discussed before the assessment is submitted. And again, in Appendix C, there are RECAP forms that are very useful for keeping all of the information you're submitting organized and in a consistent, standardized form for ease of review by your team leader. And also, I might add, for speed of review by your team leader. When information is not in an organized, standardized form, it can take a lot longer to review and verify all the work that's been done, which is what the team leader does when they receive one of your submittals. So by using these forms, it will make their job a lot easier and get an answer back to you a lot quicker. PCBs. PCBs are still out there and we're still dealing with them, even though they've not been in use. But I will point out to you that there are 209 PCB congeners, which means there are 209 different PCB chemicals, so to speak. 12 of those have dioxin-like activity. They're called the WHO 12, the World Health Organization 12. So they are evaluated using the toxicity equivalent factors to calculate a total TEQ. Because they behave like dioxin and have dioxin toxicity characteristics, they are evaluated just like the other dioxin and furan congeners. And it is all considered cumulative as well. And they are calculated in a manner, just as I talked about with the dioxins and furans, you have the concentration detected in the environment times the TEF. You do this for each individual PCB congener, then you add up the total to get a TCEQ equivalent. And that would be compared to the RECAP standard for 2378 TCDD. Now, there are also other PCB congeners that are evaluated in other manners, which we'll talk about in just a minute, but let me just give you an example real quick of how we do this. So here we have 3 congeners. The concentration that they were detected in the environment. And a soil sample are given here. These are the WHO TEFs for each of these 3 congeners. So we're going to, for each congener, we're going to take the concentration, multiply it by its TEF to give the total equivalent concentration for each one. We have a concentration of 30, a TEF of 0.5, so 30 times 0.5 gives us 15. Then we have for 126, we have a concentration of 20 times a TEF of 0.1 gives us 20 times 0.1 gives us 2 ppt. You add all 3 of these up together to give you a total dioxin equivalent, a total TEQ of 27 parts per trillion. That is the concentration you would compare, for example, in the situations as residential soil to the residential soil screening level for 2378 TCDD of 50 parts per trillion. That's how you would go about evaluating PCBs for their dioxin-like activity. And while we're on the subject of PCBs, let's talk about congener data versus aircore data. Aircore data is very non-specific. Aircore is a mixture of PCB congeners, and just like I talked about with the TPH, you get weathering of PCBs as well. So that original mixture that gets released to the environment constantly changes over time. Some compounds are adhering to soil or sediment, some are in the water, some evaporate, some are partially broken down, but the mixture changes over time. So it is subject to weathering. The analytical method for aerochlors is based on pattern recognition. And what I mean by that is when you send a sample to the laboratory, they're going to put it into the machine for analysis and quantitation for identification. And what they do is they're going to take the pattern of congeners that were detected in the environment, and they're going to compare them to pristine, pure product that's never been weathered. And they're going to identify the presence and the quantitation of that aerochlor based on pattern recognition. So the longer something's been in the environment and the more change it's undergone, the less pattern recognition you're going to get. And my concern with aerochlor data is that you could be grossly underestimating the amount of aerochlors still present in the environment just because you're not showing a certain pattern recognition. Congener data, on the other hand, is looking at each individual specific aerochlor compound that was in that mixture. It gives you a much better assessment of the presence of PCBs and the level, and not to mention toxicity for sure. So congener data is much more expensive than aerochlor data. That's no surprise there. Anytime you're getting more precise data, there's going to be a catch to it, but you're going to get a whole lot more information. And one of the things you will see done a lot of times is just analyzing for what we call the WHO12, the PCBs that have dioxin-like activity, because a lot of times they're the risk drivers. They're the most toxic of all of the congeners present. And typically, if those are okay, then typically you're going to do okay from an overall protection of human health and the environment approach. So I do see that offered up from time to time. And it may be that you may want to do a subset of the full 209 congener analysis just to see what congeners are present in the release site that you're evaluating, and see if the use of the WHO approach, which the WHO12, is something that makes sense based on the composition of what you saw from the 209 congeners. So this can be done for soil, sediment, fish, groundwater, and in fish it's even weathering is even worse, because not only has it weathered in the environment, once it gets into the fish, just from a biological standpoint, there are going to be different congeners depositing in different tissues, and some of them may be eliminated, some may not, and that sort of thing. But what type of data and what your data goals are and what your assessment goals are, discuss with DEQ prior to conducting the investigation, just to make sure everyone's on the right page with what data will best serve the situation at hand, where will you get the most information, and what will give us the most defensible approach. One thing I didn't mention, in case those of you who aren't familiar with aerochlor, they're numbered like 1254, 1248, 1242. The 12 stands for the fact that there are 12 carbons, because there are two ring structures of 6 carbons each that are attached. And then all of the free carbons contain chlorine atoms. So you can have different levels of chlorination. So there's 12 carbons and 60% chlorination in aerochlor 1260. So that's what the 60 accounts for. Typically, the higher the level of chlorination, the higher the persistence in the environment, the higher the potential for bioaccumulation, and the higher the toxicity. So the higher the degree of chlorination, the more difficult the compounds are to work with, the more problems you have to address with them. Vapor intrusion pathway. Soil gas sampling is allowed under RECAP, and we do have some protocols that are available, some internal guidance or protocols. Subslab sampling is also allowed under RECAP. When you're going to go out and do any of these types of assessments, I do highly recommend that you get with your team leader, kind of put together a work plan and talk about what your protocols are going to be, what your sampling objectives are. Make sure everyone's on the same page. We also do use indoor air sampling. As I said, we have internal agency guidance and policy for all of these things. Problem with the vapor intrusion pathway is it's an evolving science. It seems like they're learning something new every day. The more that they evaluate the vapor intrusion pathway, the more experienced scientists across the country have studying vapor intrusion into various types of enclosed structures, under various types of releases and conditions. they change their mind on the best way to evaluate it, the best way to interpret the data. The other thing that is a little bit concerning is there's not necessarily consensus among all of the experts. So it's kind of a very fluid thing, you know, and what we do is try to keep up with the most latest recommendations, the most current thinking processes in the scientific field with regard to vapor intrusion, and we try to apply those. So it is kind of a moving target in a way. Some things don't change too much and other things do, but sampling protocols and data interpretation, those things, we want to be as defensible and as current with science as we possibly can be. So just be aware if you're dealing with vapor intrusion pathway, let's everybody get on the same page and make sure that we're all striving to reach the same goals and are going to get there in a way that everyone's happy with. So one other thing about vapor intrusion, I will point out, recap states, in general, the soil ES and GWES are applicable to soil and groundwater present at depth less than or equal to 15 feet below ground surface that are impacted with volatile constituents located beneath an enclosed structure. Then it goes on to say the need to evaluate the vapor intrusion pathway for soil and or groundwater present at a depth greater than 15 feet shall be determined by the department based on site-specific conditions, the COC present, the nature of the release, the subsurface characteristics, etc., and a level of concern associated with the potential migration of volatile emissions from soil and or groundwater to an enclosed structure. These are the same decision process should be going on with y'all, those of y'all who are making decisions about whether or not the vapor intrusion pathway could be of concern. Because everyone's so used to using that 15-foot cutoff, nobody's looking at anything below 15 feet. And that's not what recap says. Bear in mind, you can have an issue below 15 feet. We have seen it a number of times. So just be mindful that the 15 cutoff, while it's handy, and it might be appropriate for petroleum in certain situations where you've got clean soil and you're going to get breakdown of the vapors before they, you know, can accumulate in indoor air. Not all volatiles behave that way. Some are more resistant to breakdown. They will hang around on the subsurface a lot longer, travel longer distances, and present a greater risk for vapor intrusion than you might expect. So what I'm just saying is be cautious, err on the side of conservatism and being overprotective rather than underprotective. In chlorinated solvents, we've definitely seen a number of sites where we have contamination greater than 15 feet where we are getting some vapor intrusion issues. There's been a number of dry cleaner sites and industrial sites where we've had some concerns with indoor air issues associated with these compounds being in the subsurface deeper than 15 feet. So I'll just give you that information there. One other thing, sampling do's and don'ts. Resampling data only replaces existing data when there's a defensible reason for it. For example, we have a recap standard for TPH mixture that is exceeded, and additional data in the form of TPH fractionation data is obtained for that particular location. As I said earlier, the fractionation data will supersede the mixture data because it's superior data. It gives us more information, it's more accurate. If soil at the site has been removed or it's been moved around, and existing data are no longer representative of current site conditions. And this does happen when they are developing new sites. They'll move dirt around, they'll take dirt out to get it at the right elevation, or they'll bring dirt in to get it at the right elevation. Excuse me. All that kind of messes up what we think we know about the site, because once the soils get moved around, we don't know what concentrations are where, and we may need to do resampling to get additional information. If the existing data are not valid or questionable based on QA/QC data or other technical factor, matrix interference, elevated sample quantitation limit, if there's something about the data that make them not valid for their intended purpose, then resampling is indicated. Or if we have existing data that's very old and likely not representative of current site conditions. For example, you've got some benzene data from shallow groundwater and the data is 15 years old. I think we need some new data. However, if it's lead and it's in soil and no one has disturbed the soil, I'm going to bet you it's right where you left it. you probably don't need to resample because there's been no reason for those concentrations to change. Remember, metals are neither created nor destroyed. They don't wiggle around a lot either. So there needs to be some technically valid or analytical reason that resampling needs to occur. Otherwise, new data supplements, not replaces existing data. And the point is, you went out and you sampled an area and you got a number you didn't like. So you go back out and you resample that same exact location, which we know is almost impossible to do even with GIS. And all of a sudden it's gone. I've seen this done with arsenic. I've seen it done with PAHs. They don't just vanish. So that data will supplement, it will not replace existing data. Phase 2 assessments. For some reason, we seem to get a lot more of those than we used to. Typically, the data will be screened under the screening option. Data for each sampling location will be compared to the limiting screening standard. Generally, site investigation and available data are just inadequate to conduct an MO1 recap assessment for a phase 2 assessment. There can be exceptions, but in general, I would say available site information doesn't meet the requirement for higher tier of assessments. We don't know groundwater classification, we don't know groundwater flow direction, we don't typically have a delineated AOI. We typically have a few areas of historical use that may or may not still be a problem. Samples are grabbed at each of those locations with some biased sampling, and therefore that's the information we have available. We don't typically have a database that will fit into the MO1 framework for evaluation. There can be exceptions. There are some extensive phase 2s that get conducted, and sometimes site information may be available. So I'm not saying you can never do anything but a screening option, but I'm just saying in general. That's kind of true of anything we covered today. There can be exceptions to almost anything we've discussed today. So again, if a COC is not listed in table 1, then you will need to calculate screening standard. EPA screening levels may not be substituted in. You need to calculate a recap screening standard. The area addressed by the phase 2 assessment should meet the criteria for management under the screening option if you're applying the screening standards. You need to meet the screening option submittal requirements where appropriate or information is available. And if none of the COCs in the samples that were taken exceed the limiting screening standard, then basically the department has no further interest in that data set. So basically all we can say is, in a no further interest letter is, we have no concern with the chemicals and the concentrations they were detected at the locations that you looked at. We cannot say anything about the property. Okay, so an NFI letter addresses sampling locations, not the property. I think there's a misconception with that. And I think it would also be useful as a consultant or a team leader, if there's a person who's interested in purchasing that property, if they fully understand that a phase 2 doesn't clear an entire property, that it basically, all the department can say is, we don't see any concerns with the few samples that were taken. So let's talk about NFI and versus NFA. There seems to be some confusion with that. For no further interest, we have a limited data set, as I was just talking about, usually a phase 2. It's applicable only to specific locations where data was collected, not the entire property. Limiting screening standard or limiting MO1 recap standard applied to individual data points, not a 95% UCL because we do not have an AOI. So we're doing it on a point-by-point basis. All detected concentrations must be below the limiting screening standard, and compliance with industrial screening standard or recap standards will require conveyance notice along with the no further interest letter. So it will be dependent upon that. And again, it is for data locations, not the entire property. There seems to be a lot of misconception with this. Same is true for no further action at this time determination. So we have a complete assessment done in accordance with recap. and if warranted, remediation has been conducted and complies with recap. The NFA is applicable only to the AOI, not the entire property. It is not clearing the entire property. It is only clearing that area of investigation where information was gathered and assessed under the recap program. The AOIC and or the compliance concentration are less than the limiting standard that was applied for the assessment. If you comply with the industrial recap standard, you will be required to place a conveyance notice on the AOI, not the entire property. So conveyance notices are very specific to a certain area which is indicated in the conveyance notice where there are concentrations left in the soil or the groundwater above the standard.
Hey, June, I have a quick note on that for
Further
our ground.
clarifications, compliance with non-residential standards. I'm sorry, I meant non-industrial standards.
June,
Yes,
Rebecca had a comment. Keep on.
I have the volume off.
I just have a quick comment on that last slide for our brownfield folks. You want to make sure you're asking your, whoever you're working with, your developer, and especially any funders, any banks, what do they need at the end of the day? Do they need an NFI, or do they need an NFA, or do they need something different? You want to make sure to ask them that up front, so that way you can make sure you're collecting the data that you need to get the result that you want. So just kind of something to keep in mind between these two. Sometimes the funder is fine with just an NFI, sometimes they want that NFA. So you just want to think about that ahead of time.
And that's a real good point, Rebecca, because I do think there's a lot of miscommunication. And once someone purchases pieces of property and they get ready to develop it, and DEQ says, we need to do such and such, they're not very happy. So there needs to be really good communication in the redevelopment of some of these properties, so that all the concerns are out on the table and everyone's on the same page with how to move forward, so that everything gets addressed the way that it should be, and there's no misunderstanding of what certain designations issued by the department mean or don't mean. That should say compliance with non-industrial standards within an AOI does not imply unrestricted, unlimited land or property use. And I know that seems very obvious, but we have a lot of people coming in to redevelop a property, and they can say, the NFA says that it meets residential standards, so that's unrestricted, unlimited use. I can use this whole property for whatever I want to use it for. And that's not the case. So we need to have better communication with what some of these terminologies mean, and exactly what restrictions or not restrictions, or what use or unlimited use is available based on that piece of property, what was done on that property, what remains on that property, and what kind of designation that property got. Again, the AOI equals an exposure area. So therefore, future land use involves the division of a closed AOI into smaller parcels. Then you need to do a little bit of reevaluation of exposure concentrations for newly defined exposure areas based on redevelopment of that property. So just kind of keep that in mind. If land use changes from industrial to non-industrial, the department should be notified and the AOI shall be reevaluated. And that may be just something as simple as going back through the available information and seeing what concerns there may be, if any, and what additional sampling or evaluation may be necessary in order to ensure that it's safe for the intended future use. Non-detect analytical results. For CUCs that are not detected, recap requires the sample quantitation limit, also referred to as reporting limit, be less than the limiting screening standard or limiting recap standard prior to eliminating the CUC from further assessment. And that is discussed on page 29 of recap. Elevated reporting limits is an analytical issue that should be resolved early in the overall recap process. Determine why it is occurring, and if possible, correct the issue and identify any data gaps that you may have and decide how to resolve them. Do you need any kind of special analytical services? Do you need to use a digital analytical method? Is there some way that you can go about getting data that are adequate, have adequate detection limits to meet the RECAP standards? You don't simply take the non-detected COCs and include them in the RECAP assessment. Do not use the reporting limit as the AOIC. I reviewed recently a risk assessment submittal where this was done, and all the non-detects, most of them had elevated reporting limits, were included in the MO1 assessment. Our additivity divisors were like 16 and 18. They were actually accounting for additivity for non-detect COCs due to elevated reporting limits. It was a confusion. It was a confused mess for me. Elevated reporting limits is an analytical issue that needs to be resolved before you get to the RECAP assessment portion, where you're putting it into the tables, adjusting for additivity, identifying your limiting standards, or AOIC. All of that needs to be cleared up. If you have data gaps, they need to be addressed. So don't include it. Also, do not include non-detected COCs in a conveyance notice. And when calculating 95 UCL using Pro UCL, which when we have our training, I'll enter this, enter the full reporting limit, not 1/2 of the reporting limit. That's one other thing I'll throw in with regard to analytical detection limits. Mutagens. Mutagens are carcinogens that cause a change in the DNA of a cell. So they're a little bit special, and there are a number of those that have been identified, which I have listed at the top of the page. And these compounds require evaluation that it is a little bit different than regular carcinogens. Since DNA changes can cause certain diseases, such as cancer, there's an increased susceptibility to mutagens during early life stages. So in the absence of chemical-specific data to evaluate these differences in susceptibility in younger generations, age-dependent adjustment factors get applied during the calculation of RECAP standards and other risk-based standards. So the supplemental guidance establishes age-dependent adjustment factors for 3 specific age groups. So at less than 2 years of age, from birth to 2 years of age, they're at 10 times greater risk for exposure to these compounds. From 2 years to just under 16 years, they're 3 times greater risk for that population. And once you reach 16 to 70 years, there's no added risk. The problem with this is, this applies to residential land use, because this is where you would be seeing children at ages less than 16 years of age at greater susceptibility, where this would come into play. So non-industrial RECAP standards for mutagens cannot be calculated using the DEQ spreadsheet. There's no mechanism to make it happen. I've tried really hard, but it can't be done. So basically, they need to be calculated under MO3 using current EPA protocols. So there were special equations that have been developed for incorporating these age-dependent adjustment factors. They're very complex equations. And I typically do it using EPA's calculator, their Mid-Atlantic Regional Calculator. But if you are dealing with mutagens and you're trying to calculate values for any of these types of compounds, I would recommend that you contact LDEQ and get Tox assistance with doing that. Phenyl chloride is an exception because there are toxicity values developed for exposure from birth to adulthood, and then for exposure during just adulthood. So that's one compound where this isn't a concern. The carcinogenic PAHs, on the other hand, and TCE are 2 compounds we frequently encounter in the environment. And so they are special circumstances, and they will require special calculation for looking at residential exposure and calculating RECAP standards for residential land use. Conveyance notice. Conveyance notice is required under the following site conditions. when you have residual consistent concentrations in soil that are greater than the non-industrial, the residential recap standards. So anything greater than the soil NI, and if necessary, the soil ES-NI, that's applicable. And if land use at the AOI is industrial and the limiting recap standard applied at the AOI is a non-risk-based standard such as soil GW, soil SAT, a quantitation limit or background level that is lower than the soil NI, then a conveyance notification shall not be required because the AOIC will not be exceeding the soil NI. You also need it for a groundwater 2 zone. So the portion of the plume within the property boundaries that contain a residual constituent concentration that exceeds the GW2 recap standard without the application of a dilution factor. In other words, if you're exceeding the GW1 standard within the plume, you must have a conveyance notification on that portion of that groundwater zone to inform anyone who may be interested in obtaining that property that the groundwater is not usable for drinking water purposes. So you're only going to include in your conveyance notice concentrations in surface soil that are greater than the soil NI and CUC in groundwater in a groundwater 2 zone on the property that will greater than the GW1. Do not include in the conveyance notice exceedances of other soil standards or exceedances of a GW3 standard or non-detect CUCs with elevated reporting limits. Again, that's something that should be resolved way before you to the conveyance notice. There is a conveyance notice form that's available from your team leader to help you get that information in there. I can't stress enough to have your conveyance notice approved by your team leader before it is filed. We have had a number of conveyance notices filed that were not correct, and we've had to file additional conveyance notices because once you file a conveyance notice, you can't take it off. It stays on there indefinitely. So you have to file another conveyance notice correcting the misinformation that was in the previous conveyance notice. So example, complete the table for the conveyance notice using the highest recap option completed. List the COC, list the soil NI, list the soil AOIC, the basis of the AOIC, whether it's an average or a maximum concentration. Also list the NFA basis of decision limiting recap standard and the basis of that value. Because it may very well be that if someone wants to go back and get more information based on what they see on the conveyance notice on a piece of property, and the numbers don't match up with the NFA basis of decision, it would make sense to all of us because we understand the differences between the two, but it would help clarify if they could see, well, here's what the NFA says, that's what it says, that's what the conveyance notice says it should say, that matches up. And it gives them a level of comfort that they have a better understanding of the conditions of the property. Same thing for groundwater, use the highest recap option completed. List the COC, the compliance concentration at the POC and the GW1. Include the dilution factor so that if someone's trying to figure out how you ended up with your limiting recap standard for your basis of decision, that it's obvious, the information is there. Because what we were trying to do with these documents is convey information concerning the condition of a property. So the conveyance notice should have a scaled site plan illustrating the area of the property where the AOIC is greater than the soil NI or the GW1. So give them a visual of where the property is affected, a table listing the specifics of the concentrations that are remaining at each of the sampling locations that may be of concern. You need a legal description of the property and a draft copy of the conveyance notice needs to be submitted to the department in the proper format, which can be obtained from the department for review and approval before it is attached to the property file. I can't tell you how many mistakes of conveyance notices that were incorrect that have been filed on properties There's even been some conveyances filed that probably didn't need to be, but the department finds out after the fact, and there's nothing we can do to remove that conveyance notice. The conveyance notice should not be written or filed until recap and all associated site activities have been completed and approved by the department. We even had a situation where the conveyance notice was actually filed before they even finished their recap, and it was approved. And they received their NFA. It was filed too early in the process. So inform the responsible party and the consultant, keep them informed. Everybody should be in the same loop and communicating throughout this process to make sure that we hit it right in the right spot at the right time, the right place, and that it doesn't have to be repeated. Because I would not be unhappy if a conveyance notice was unnecessarily placed on a piece of my property. And we are at poll question number 10.
All right, poll number 10. So the big question, after this training, please let us know how you feel and feel free to check all that apply. Are you more confident in your recap knowledge? Less confident in your recap knowledge? About the same in your recap knowledge? Are you invigorated or are you like me, exhausted? I can imagine, June. Okay. All right, let's see. Give a few more seconds.
And remember, this is the one we're using to say you stayed all the way to the end. So make sure you click on at least one of the options.
All right, closing the poll, last chance. And we're closing. Okay, well, it's great to see everybody feels more confident in their recap knowledge. All right, did you want to forward the slides, June?
We have reached the end. So if anybody has any questions, I think Jennifer has got an accumulation of questions that were entered through chat and through the question and answer. So we're going to go through some of those for y'all.
Okay. So we have about 20 minutes left. We had a couple on this one. Can you hear me okay, June?
Okay, I turned off my volume over here, so yeah, I'm not getting feedback.
Okay. We had a couple about TPH. Okay, so can TPH gas, the mixture, SPLP results, eliminate the soil to groundwater pathway for the fractions in that same grouping if SPLP data is not available for fractions? So I think what they're saying here, because we had a couple of questions about this, is they have, for some reason, we have a mixture of data. We have SPLP data for the TPHG mixture, but nothing for the fractions, the gasoline's fractions. So could that TPHG SPLP data eliminate the soil groundwater pathway for the fractions? And I think that would probably be pretty site dependent.
I think it would be site dependent. In general, I would say probably so, since the fractions were contained within the TPH, but I think that would be somewhat of a site-specific decision as well.
Okay, question on, so MO1 accounts for vertical leaching using DF Summer, whereas the screening option does not. Is that correct?
No, DF Summers is used in the SPLP analysis. Is that what they're asking?
Yeah, this might have been back when we were talking about that SPLP. I think you use DF Summers though when you're doing.
When you calculate the soil GW, yes,
Yeah, even under screening option and MO1.
I think so too. I have to go back and look, but I'm pretty sure.
So we had also a couple of questions on, first of all, just to verify, source depth is the thickness of the impacted area of the plume, not the thickness of the whole plume, correct?
If you have impacted groundwater, it's the thickness of the groundwater plume. If you do not have impacted groundwater, then you conservatively assume the full thickness of the groundwater zone. So your SD would be the thickness of the plume if you have groundwater contamination, but if you do not, then you would assume the full thickness of the groundwater zone.
And then we had a couple of questions on how to determine an accurate source depth with well sampling methods or anything like that. You're gonna have to unmute yourself, I'm sorry. I just did that.
Oh, okay. Toxicologist here, can't answer that one. Keith may be able to answer that in the next series. If not, you could probably contact one of the geologists in remediation and they could probably help you with that.
Just going through these. So let's see, generally, sampling on a site is conducted in a phase 2 site investigation prior to any LDEQ involvement. When comparing to the LDEQ screening options, can you only compare to the industrial standard for an industrial site if there is a conveyance notice on the property?
I'm not sure I understand that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I think the question here is, can you only, if you're doing a phase 2, can you only use the industrial standards if there's already a conveyance notice on the property?
I don't know why a conveyance notice would limit how you assess the site. Am I missing the question?
See, if it exceeds the non-industrial, then reporting is required to LDEQ, correct? Or is it acceptable to compare to the industrial standard if the site is remaining industrial?
If it's remaining industrial and that's what future land use is going to be, then the appropriate standard would be an industrial standard. It still may require a conveyance notice because you're above residential, but for the intended use, that would be protective.
Right. If it would come through us and if we look, we would probably require a conveyance notice
Yes.
to restrict the land use. Okay, this is back to TPH fractions. If fraction data was obtained on the sample with the highest mixture concentration, can that fraction data then be used to replace other mixtures of lower concentrations?
Not generally. Could be exceptions, but I would say in general, no.
You needed more than one sample.
Well, what they're doing is they're taking fractionation data for just one location and they're applying it across all the others, which we really can't do.
Carcinogens like benzoate have the same screening option in MO1 value. Would the use of MO2 provide a less stringent standard for these carcinogens?
Yes, it would, because new toxicity information, new toxicity values are available for the carcinogenic PAHs, well, for benzoate pyrene. And yes, for industrial land use, you would have higher standards for the PAHs. However, because they are mutagens for residential land use and evaluating those under MO3 and incorporating those age adjustment factors, you would have actually lower standards than what's in the MO1 and screening option tables. So they go up for industrial, they go down for residential. And also too, the reporting limits back in 2003 were 0.33, and now it's much lower than that.
Are there any upcoming revisions planned for the recap guidelines? I think we kind of touched on that.
Yeah, the revisions are in place. There may be a few more tweaks, but there's been discussions of starting to meet with some of the interested parties, probably this summer, maybe early fall, and maybe kicking off the revision process either later this year or at the beginning of next year would be my guess. And there's been absolutely nothing formal discussed. Those have just been some of the informal discussions that have taken place about us wanting to go ahead and get forward, moving forward on getting that kicked off.
Okay, Sarah, sorry, I just saw you had your hand raised. I'm going to allow you to talk if you would still like to ask your question. Sarah, are you there? All right, well, I'll go on to the next one. This is a PCB question. EPA has the PCB regulations require the use of the ultrasonic or toxic extraction methods. Does recap require any particular extraction method for PCBs?
I can't answer that off the top of my head, but you know who's going to be able to answer that? It's Keith Horn in the next session.
There we go. Keith will have all the answers.
He knows all those fine details.
Right.
And he works on Superfund with EPA, and he's dealt with a lot of PCB sites, and he will more than likely be able to answer that off the top of his head.
All right, I think we're kind of getting down to the end of these. If anyone else has a question, feel free to put it in there. Okay, one more I see I missed. And just, I think this is something that would have to be discussed. This is a pretty site-specific question. It would have to be discussed with your team leader, but if I can negotiate the control of groundwater from the downgraded property owner via a groundwater restriction covenant on his downgraded property, could my W2 POE be at the down gradient point of his property? You can follow that.
Yeah, I followed it. I know of one instance where that's been done. I've heard it being proposed before. Long as the groundwater is being controlled and there are conveyance notices on that property, as well as your property, extending the POE to that next property boundary. I think it's something that the department can consider. Probably be done on a site-specific basis. We'd have to know the specifics, but it's something you could propose to the department for discussion. In theory, it complies.
All right, well, thank you. Okay, so I think that hits most of them. I tried to kind of group some together, and if I thought some were duplicates, so I'm sorry if I missed your question. But you know, once again, feel free if you have questions, you know, reach out to us, reach out to your team leader or to June or anyone with the toxicology department, Dana or Carolyn, with any questions.
When I forgot Destin, we have Destin Hooks in the Lafayette office, very knowledgeable. Out of sight, out of mind. Yes, don't forget Destin.
All right, so 3:55, I kind of wrap it up here. I think we did pretty good with time. So of course, we have another couple of trainings coming up. The next one will be August 10th, 2021, developing an effective sampling plan. Keith will be given that one, so that will be a very informative webinar. You can email Rebecca Oddie, and she can send you the links to register. Then the next one we have will be in September. That'll be given by me. So kind of discuss the ins and outs of the VRP and answer any questions you might have about it. And then our last one from this Brownfield series will be in October. June will be back, and she'll be talking about common mistakes, misconceptions, and other compliance issues that we commonly encounter. So I think that will do it. Thank y'all all for listening in and spending the entire day with us. The certificates for attending the webinar, I think it'll take a couple of weeks probably for Rebecca and us to get that together and review the info. I think that's all I'm supposed to remind. Oh yes, and one more thing, there will be a survey that's going to pop up after you close out of this Zoom. We'd really appreciate it if y'all could please fill that out. Let us know how we're doing. Let us know if there's anything different we need to do. So Rebecca, June, unless y'all have anything else.
I'm good, thank you. Thank you for your attention today.
Yeah, no, this was great. Thank y'all for sticking with us to the end. Hopefully you found it helpful and attend some of the future trainings.
All right, well, thank you everybody and have a great day.